and welcome to the second of two matches here at the National Cricket Stadium here in St. George's, Grenada in the NLA GPL T20 tournament. And in today's match, which is match 2, St. David's versus St. Mark, and that would promise to be, I would think, a fascinating encounter. Well, sorry, I did say St. David's versus St. Mark's, St. David's versus St. Patrick's, I beg your pardon. We will in fact give you the lineup for both teams. Let me quickly say good afternoon and welcome to Refill Croon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Pastor Wong.
So let's just look at the lineup for St. David's today. We've got Keon George, who is the captain, Markel Batiste, Samuel Charles, Shaquem Edwards, Melville Gordon, Haston Jackson, Imran Joseph, Majid Lambert, sorry he's out, I'm sorry about that, Jerron Noel, Nilon Pascal, Kimo Peters, Shondell Regis, and that's the lineup. Of course, the keeper is Samuel Charles.
Just before I give you St. Patrick's team, we have the toss early on. We just want to bring that to you at this moment.
Welcome to the toss in match number 8 in the NLA GPL T20. It's the second match in Super Sunday, St. Patrick's versus St. David's. Two powerhouses in local cricket. Joining me at the toss, we have the captain for St. David, Keon George. Also, Darren Hippolyte, the captain for St. Patrick. In the middle, as always, the ever-reliant Anderson Noel, match referee, first vice president of the Grenada Cricket Association. He will hand over the coin to the home captain, which is for this match is Keon George. He will toss and Hippolyte will call. The call is a head, and it is a head. St. Patrick's have won the toss. Darren, you've win the toss. What's the decision?
You'll have a bat first.
All right. You'd have had mixed results in the tournament, batting first, back in second. Looks like a good strip. What total in mind?
We have about like 140, 150 par because like since the tournament started, being a low scoring game. So you can take like 140 plus 140. Anything after that, you're going to look to see if you can capitalize on anything bigger score.
Just been a short turnaround between yesterday. You played the second match yesterday, and today you played the second match today. Just less than 24 hours turnaround. How has the guys been holding up, and what's the mood in the camp?
Everybody been good. The guys gelling well and stuff. Guys confidence enough. So everybody's good. We're looking to come and win today, be victorious.
All right. In terms of changes, any changes in the squad from yesterday?
Yeah, one change is David Shaw's out and Easton Joseph in for him.
All right, so Darren, once again, congratulations on winning the toss and wish you guys all the best for the match.
Thanks.
All right, so we're going to have a few words now with Keon George. Keon George asks the bat. Bowl first. Your batting has not really lived up to its expectations in the tournament. We'll be looking to do better today?
Yes, of course. I mean, the top order batsmen haven't given us a good start so far, but we think we will come out here today and give a better effort.
Well, first you have to bowl. Your bowlers have been on song, but I'm sure there is room for improvements. Looking at the strip, you've been familiar with it, watching the games over the previous few days. What do you think is a good total?
I think that if we restrict them to 120, that'll be, with batsmen, I think we're capable of getting that amount of runs.
All right, in terms of changes, any changes in the squad from the previous match?
Yes, Francis is out and Shaquem is in today.
All right, so Keon, we want to wish St. David's all the best for this encounter.
Thank you very much.
All right, so just to recap the news from the middle, St. Patrick, they've won the toss and have decided to bat.
The team is just about taking the field. St. David's, the fielding team, St. Patrick's. The team for St. Patrick's, Eamon Alexander, Weevil Benjamin, Denroy Charles, Michael Fraser, Dennis George, Devonny Joseph, Ethan Joseph, Darren Hippolyte, the captain, Marlon Henry, John Olive, and Dennis Smith, the wicket keeper. Players are on the field, and we just see that umpires in place, and it seem to be Imran Joseph. Umpires Rupert Holas and Dickie Chetram. Holas is at square leg and Shetram is the presiding umpire, and we are about to have the start of this very important game, St. David's versus St. Patrick's. St. David's haven't played 2 games before, lost 1. St. Patrick's, they have so far played 2 games, win 1 and lost 1. So a very important game for both of these teams.
Yes, very important indeed for the two teams here. So Benjamin and Hippolyte will be opening for St. Patrick's. And of course, Neil and Pascal, the veteran, is going to be starting from the far end. Hails from the parish of St. David's, of course. And the Harry's moving forward now with the first ball to Benjamin, who opens the face of the bat and glides it down to third man. So they're off and running for the first run, and of course came off the bat. So Benjamin got one that was just outside the off stump, a little on the shorter side, and eased onto the back foot and glided the ball down to third man as Jackson came off the boundary and sent the return back.
Yeah, pretty comfortable there with Benjamin. As he said, that one just leaving the right hand a bit, and he was on top of it and steered it neatly down to third man, pick up his first run.
Well, Hippolyte, the left-hander, is coming to strike now, and Pascal will move in to bowl to him. Here he is, driving loosely outside the off-stump. It's an appeal for caught behind by the keeper in Charles, who went up not with any great animation, but I guess just to keep his players bubbly and alive, went across to his left and collected the ball. I love, if you ask me which of the uniforms I love, I'll come back to that. Wraps on the path of the appeal for leg before, gone! Leg before, so Hippolyte goes. St. David's, they've struck in the very first over as Neil and Pascal has trapped Darren Hippolyte leg before without scoring. St. Patrick, they're in trouble. They're 1 for 1.
Yeah, good delivery by Pascal. It was right up, and he came inside his wicket looking to turn it down. We don't see the replay in a while, but looking to play it on the onside, he missed. And umpire Dickie Shetram had no hesitation in lifting the finger.
Yes, it was pitched up, and the finger of the umpire went up very quickly.
Yeah.
So he knew that he was out. There was nothing dubious about it at all.
Yeah, it was right up to him, and I think he just played across it and hit in front, and umpire answered in the affirmative. So
I was in fact talking about the uniform. There is just something beautiful about St. David's uniform, not taking up anything from the other teams. But it's a brilliant yellow with some stripes across the abdominal area of the jerseys, and it is such a wonderful picture against the green backdrop.
Yeah, just looking at the replay, they really was hit in front, as he came inside the wicket and trying to clip it on the onside and missed, and it was really struck in front. He would have hit middle stump. Look at it again.
Yes. And there's no need to do it. It's early in the innings. It's right on the stump. Make sure you get bat onto it. So the new batsman is Dennis Smith. As here is Pascal moving in to bowl to Smith. Smith is getting inside that. Pulls that well. Fine shot just over the square leg field, and it's gone to the boundary for 4. Yeah. Shot onto the back foot. He went, swiveled nicely, and he hit that just maybe to the left of the square leg umpire. Hit it early enough, and it went to the boundary for 4. Let's look at it again. Swivel got right up on the toes. Yes, it was airborne, but it was struck very well, very firmly, and he's off the mark in a jiffy.
Yeah, good positive shot by Smith. Smith who scored very important, I think 31 yesterday. That enabled St. Patrick's to get past St. Mark's. Seemingly have some confidence, play that shot very confident.
Driving outside the off stump loosely. And just showing what he should have done, leading with the top hand. The ball was pitched up a little on the white side, Raphael. He saw it, eyes lit up, and was looking to bang it through the cover area. Yep. But didn't have any good foot position at all. Yeah, as far from the body.
Yeah, a bit wide, really a bit wide, and he really went after it, and the ball moved further away from him.
Drives well, fine shot. This won't get to the boundary, but they will get too comfortably. They come back for the second run. Quite noticeably, though, I've seen Benjamin, who seemed to be sort of labouring a bit. He just seemed to be limping as he was going back for the second run.
Yeah, you're so right. It just seemed to be carrying a bit of an injury as
From
he went
yesterday,
back.
I would reckon. Yeah. Just looking at that shot, it was a lovely shot. Drove it, didn't try to hit it too hard, and was able to pull off 2 runs. So, first over gone, 7 for 1.
Yeah, good over by Pascal. Have been able to get the ball to move a bit from the right-handed batsman, picking up the very important wicket of Hippolyte leg before.
We did mention how beautiful conditions are here at the National Stadium. The sun is right out at the top of its glory. 1:34 thereabout in the afternoon. We did have some unseasonal rain during the course of March, and we're told that it would not be an extraordinarily dry season. We're told that we're getting intermittent rains during the course of the dry season, which is good news. Good news for farmers and good news for Nawasa here in Grenada. So here's Jackson with the second over. Wayward outside the off stump would be confirmed as a wide by the umpire. 1 more to the total is now gone on to 8.
Yeah, just to go back to the uniform, man. Certainly look really splendid with the bright sunshine that is coming down. And you're certainly right. It's probably one of the outstanding of the uniforms.
Yeah, whoever did the design, full marks to them. Really well. Outside the off stump, left alone. It was a good delivery. Had some bounce and height attached to it. And, Benjamin watched it closely as it went into the gloves of keeper Charles. Just a slip in. There's a third man. There's a backward point. Extra cover in the mid-off. That's the offside field. Outside the off stump. Ugly looking shot there by Benjamin, who tried a bit of bottom-handedness in that shot. And Smith rightfully comes down, just has a little word with him as if to say, hey, that looked a little loose, looked a little naughty. So you need to tighten up a bit. Yes, 2020. But that doesn't mean that it has to be totally gay abandonment.
Yeah, no foot movement by Benjamin. They just stood up and just flashed outside the off stump. And that ball went seemingly over the bat.
Wayward delivery outside the off stump, confirmed again. That's the second wide in the over. Maybe just striding for too much pace.
There was discussion early on today with, I think it was Rashid Daniel, in terms of he would have played his first match, picked up 2 wickets and made some important points. And that is what he did, he stick to the basics. And, it is so right in terms of sticking to the basics. So many times you try to do too much.
Driven out behind square in the offside. He gets his first run, hobbles his first run rather, and only a single in fact he'll get. So Benjamin is off. Sorry, he's now gone on to 2. Beg your pardon. And Smith, who has had 2 lovely shots so far, one which yielded a boundary in contrasting sides of the pitch. One went to the left of the square leg umpire, and then there was a sweet, lovely, exquisite extra cover drive that he picked up 2 runs from.
Yeah, just back to the point in terms of the importance of trying to do the basic, particularly in the 2020 games. They just want to do just what is right in terms of the basics. And, what happens here?
He's just been put down at gully.
Wow, simple catch. It's a bad miss.
Put down at gully.
Let's look at the replay.
It was short coming into him, and he was forcing a shot off the back foot, went right in the mid-rib area and dropped the catch. Looks like George to me. Yeah, he did that. He must be very upset with himself. Yeah. You wonder how much he could chide the rest of the players if they go into error.
Important wicket of Dennis Smith.
Oh, you couldn't want it much easier than that. I think Donald Trump could have caught that. Oh, Donald fancies himself as being able to do so many things anyway. No sarcasm intended. Good delivery that comes into the right-handed batsman and plays it out to extra cover. The over comes to an end, so after 2 overs, with a mishap there, a chance that went a-begging in the penultimate ball, it's 10 for 1.
Yeah, 10 for 1, first over by Jackson. Just a bit on the short side, but very unlucky not to pick up the wicket of Dennis Smith, who steered the ball to backward point, and Keon George was not able to hold on. 10 for 1, St. Patrick's will want to make sure that they have a good start, a good platform, so that they could really push on to get a kind of score that really would be competitive. And St. David's would be thinking otherwise, had the opportunity of picking up the second one, but went a-begging.
So Pascal, who has been successful with his first over, turns once more from the top of his mark, commencing his second. So these two, in Benjamin and Smith, they've got a bit of repair to do, having lost the important wicket of Diron Hippolyte leg before to Pascal without scoring. He was plumb in front. There's no need for any reviewing at all. Beautifully bowled, absolute pearl of a delivery. Pitch just about on about the off stump and coming into the right-handed Benjamin. You could see him sparring at it and taken behind the stumps. But it was an absolute pearl of a delivery.
Yeah, good delivery, good bounce and movement away from the right-handed batsman, and was comprehensively beaten.
Yeah, it's got to see Nilan Pascal still bending his back. Driven out to mid-off. Ball goes out, bouncing merrily, can't score.
Just a bit about Pascal. As you know, he would have played at the highest level, represented the West Indies, the Windwards on a number of occasions, and has done well, particularly the Windwards. What he has going for him is his rhythm, and he continues to have that beautiful run-up. And really, as you said, is really bending his back and looking pretty good.
Outside the off stump. Benjamin not coming across at all. His footwork has been poor so far. Just still wondering whether there is some measure of impediment about the injury sustained yesterday. I think it obviously has some sort of impact on him. And a player seemed to be
Pascal
in trouble here. Is it Pascal?
Just pulling up after that delivery. And look, seemed to be in a great deal of pain. Seems as though he's
oh yes, you can see him pulling that calf. Whoa, grimacing in pain. Yes, he's obviously not happy. That's not good for the young man. He's gonna limp his way off. Well, who fast bowler likes that? Oh, and you don't. A captain doesn't. It's one of the things a captain doesn't want to see at all. Could have him heartbroken to see his ace fast bowler walking off in pain and discomfort.
Yeah, just speaking about him in terms of his ability, how he have been bowling and just pulled up there, really is not something that he would enjoy, not something that the team would enjoy, he being the ace fast bowler on the team.
Well, let's hope that he gets a bit of treatment from the physio and get that muscle all nice and flex again. But those injuries, they don't all of a sudden become okay. Usually it takes a little time to get healed. Hope it's not that bad though. So who's going to continue with his... Is that Regis? Right, so Regis is going to take up from where Pascal left off. So he's got 2 overs to bowl. of the back foot is Benjamin, and hits the ball down to long off. They will come back for the second. The return comes in to the non-strikers and they get 2. Short delivery of the back foot. No ball signal. Woo. So we've got a free hit here. Free hit. Let's see what he's going to do with this one. Outside the half stump and cuts well. Runs there for him. There's a long chase here for both fielders. We'll pull it back just inside the boundary as the return comes to the non-strikers and they get 2. So, well, at least not a boundary being hit with the free hit. Just got 2 out of it. But as they say, a fell half a loaf is better than no bread at all.
Yeah. Short delivery from Regis. That was hit down to cover point.
Given generous flight and push back along the wicket. So the over comes to an end, and over that was in fact shared between 2 bowlers in Regis and Pascal. And after 3 overs, the run rate is 5 runs per over, is 15 for 1.
Yeah, 15 for 1. Nothing much happening. There's the Pascal just having to go off after just seeming to pull up with seemingly a hamstring. And Jackson, who was bowled 1 over so far for 3 runs, is going to continue their attack from this northern end. And really, I think will be disappointed the fact that he was not able to pick up a wicket in his first over.
Yeah, very much. He deserved it. Dolly went to squarish gully and was put down by the captain. Bowl him, an absolute beauty. Oh, Smith is comprehensively beaten and bowled. He played forward, the ball rushed through between bat and pad. Let's look at it. Oh, an absolute beauty.
Yeah, we certainly had a look at see what happens here.
Oh, I think he was beaten for pace, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah, and movement.
And movement.
It actually cut back into him.
Yes, there was inward movement. And Smith goes. Whoa. So Smith just being bowled, comprehensively bowled, neck and crop. And more trouble here for St. Patrick. Oh, it was an absolute pearl of a delivery.
Yeah, and the first over we would have seen him bowl. Most of the deliveries was on the short side, and this is basically probably the first delivery that he has been able to bring up to the bat. But I think the movement, Smith was beaten by the pace and the movement as he came forward. You could see the bat, that ball passing between the bat and his body, and really crash into the stumps.
Yeah, it came back, and it was a perfect delivery. And well, Jackson could feel a sense of redemption. I'm sure that Kean George would be happy because he had a really terrible miss there at Squarish Gully. So St. David's would be happy with, very pleased with their performance. Who was the new batsman? Charles.
Then,
so here he is outside the Austin, flashing. Dangerous shot there. First delivery is faced. Eyes lit up. Saw it short. Was onto the back foot. And looking to flash that through the cover area. Didn't make contact. The ball cannoned into the glove of the keeper behind the stumps. This is a very good spell here by Jackson. Driven down the ground. Fine shot. That's going to go all the way. Yes, 4 runs. Now that was beautiful. It was pitched up, and he came forward and drove it sweetly. You could hear the sweet sound of willow and leather meeting each other, and it was straight. And even Jackson on his follow through wasn't able to cut it off, and then the fielders both at mid off and mid on went after it, and neither of them was able to pull it back. Regis and Joseph trying to converge to cut it off, and they couldn't.
Yeah, a good shot on over pitch delivery, and he stroked it back. Just went over the bowler's head, probably with a bounce and went over. But the timing was good, and it went back to the boundary for 4.
Jackson to Charles down the leg side. No ball signaled by the umpire. Whoa, overstepped again. That's the second time. So we have 2 free hits. This is the second one coming up. Jackson guilty of overstepping and did in fact slant the ball down the leg side. So just to remind you, of course, the field's got to remain just as is. Can't be changed. Jackson to Charles. Big swish outside the off stump. Doesn't make contact. He will be very disappointed with that. Ray felt it. What he did with it wasn't a bad delivery. It was a good delivery, really. But I think so many players, because it's a free hit, they get overexcited.
Yeah, I think he was probably looking to hit it square as he pulled away, but missed it.
Full toss, looking to turn it out on the onside. The ball wrapped him on the pad. They scamper a single.
Yeah, full delivery. Just seemed to be beaten for pace there. As Jackson brought that one right up, and he was hit on the pad, going down the leg side, so there was no appeal. They score at 21 for 2.
But you can see that Charles has some aggressive intention. There's no doubt about that. These batsmen have been playing and missing. Quite a few of them for the afternoon since the innings began. The over comes to an end. It's now 21 for 2, and 4 overs gone.
Yeah, another successful over bowled by Jackson there. Just need to be a bit straighter here. That final delivery was again outside the off stump. Benjamin again not moving, trying to play it some way down to backward point. It just need to be a little bit straighter. That would force the batsman to play. We are seeing in that over a beautiful in-swinger, that clean bowl, Dennis Smith. But just need to keep that line. Just need to be more consistent in his lines.
So, change of bowling from the far end. Imran Joseph. So Imran is going to be bowling to Charles. Charles, who had a lovely boundary in the previous over, is 5. These two, a lot would depend on them. You got to keep the scoreboard ticking over. That's important. It's not always about having a boundary studded innings. It's about rotating the strike and singles and 2s and 3s. When the boundaries come, you take them. Has to be played with great discretion. Wraps him on the pad. They go to for a very quick single. He's giving them out. Leg before. Leg before. So Charles goes leg before to Joseph. He was taking up for the single, and then when he got down to the non-striker's end, he saw that the umpire's finger was raised. Yeah, he's out. You could see the leg stump, and once you can see that leg stump and it's not getting too high, you know that he is in trouble. So Charles goes leg before. He's gone for 6, and Joseph has picked up his first.
Yeah, good decision by umpire Chatram there. Charles was inside of the wicket looking to turn it, and he would have felt that he was hit outside the leg stump. But as we looked at the replay there, he was hit plumb in front, and the umpire again made a very good decision. But again, playing across the line, first delivery being bowled by Joseph. You need to see what he's doing really, and endeavour to try to play as straight as possible. He went across the line and he was hit in front. So important blow again struck. St. Patrick's losing the 3rd wicket, 21 for 3, and we are in over number 5.
The other thing, Tony, sorry, Raphael, we have to give the umpires credit. I think their calls, for the most part, have been spot on.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because even the last tournament that was played here, we had to let them know how good the decision making was, and we are seeing it here in this tournament.
John Olive joins. Benjamin, first delivery that he pushes just to the left of the bowler on his follow through. So St. Patrick in trouble. They've lost 3 wickets, just in case you've just joined us. Hippolyte was bowled by Pascal without scoring. Dennis Smith was bowled by Jackson for 6. And then we had Denroy Charles was leg before to Joseph for 5. Outside the off stump, short rising ball. Just looking to pull that maybe somewhere through mid-on. Didn't make contact at all. And the keeper, who enjoys his keeping in Samuel Charles, there's a bit of neatness attached to that. Just glided across, collected it in a rather nonchalant manner.
Yes, Samuel Charles, actually a national player, kept a couple of years ago, I think, kept for Grenada, and he did well. He came on the scene late and kept very well, but his batting has certainly fell away. I think that one of the area that probably would have earned him the opportunity to play for Grenada, being able to bat well and his keeping. So he knows what it is about keeping, and certainly one would expect that that weak area of his game right now is batting. Sunday will be hopeful, that it will turn around probably in this game.
Yeah, his glove work looks very good. One of the things you've got to look at is what the keeper does with his feet. Does he move his feet very well? Jeff Dujon was not a great move of the feet, but then he compensated with athleticism. He was so sharp and so agile. Delivery striking the batsman on the pad, the ball going down the leg side. And I would say maybe in contrast to Derek Murray, who I think was a better mover on his feet than Jeff Dujon. But the other thing is that both Murray and Dujon, they had the quickest bowlers in the world to face up to. Good catch down the leg side. There was an appeal for caught behind. Not out, says the umpire. That was slanting down the leg side. Olive looking to tickle it. All may have taken somewhere around the mid-rib area. Let's watch the replay here. Slanting down the leg side. Good take. Really good take. But there was no bat or glove attached to that. Good decision by the umpire.
Pretty close one. But well taken by Charles down the leg side. Certainly, he moved really well to his left there, and took it. Really good take. It would be nice to look at that replay once again if we can. But again, good movement by Samuel Charles,
really beautiful.
Taking it down the leg side.
Look at his movement. He moved very early, very quickly, and didn't go for the one-handed catch. Went with both hands. Short, pacey delivery. John Olive remonstrating, but umpire just signaled one for the over. The over comes to an end. So after 5 overs, it's 21 for 3 St. Patrick.
Yes, look at another shot. This is the sort of player Olive is really competitive, and we're going to tell you how he feels, But good over by Joseph, his first over. I think pretty hostile over, and being able to again keep it very quiet for St. Patrick's. In his first over, it actually was a maiden over. And the score remained at 21 for 3 after 5 overs.
Yeah, so they've got the noose around the head of St. Patrick. So far, that's St. David. Now, can they tighten it? Or can St. Patrick loosen it a bit? So there is a change of bowling from the northern or Darbo end, as Shaquem Edwards will come in to replace Jackson. And let's just go around the field. There is a third man right back on the boundary. There is another boundary sweeper down at the cover area, backward point, extra cover mid-off. Long on is right back on the boundary. There's a conventional mid-wicket, forward square leg, and a fine leg inside the circle.
Yes, just making sure that that fielder come inside the circle. There's two fielders, third man and a long on.
Edwards brings him forward. They go through a very quick single. They've got Ori. The return comes in. Let's see what the umpire would say. Is he gone? They will, in fact, come back for the second run. No, they don't. In all the commotion, the fielder came in there from mid-off, picked the ball up, kept his eyes on it, shied at the non-striker's end, and in fact, let's look at it in the replay now. Well, he is in fact struggling here, Benjamin. Then the return came in. It was close. It was tight. The umpire said not out. There was an opportunity for a second run though. Didn't take it in all the commotion.
Yeah, good cricket all around. I think if you had to give the umpire credit there, I think it was very close, but you know.
Olive smacks that through the backward point area. That's a fine shot for 4. He stood up tall. It was short. It was cuttable, and he rocked on the back foot, and he gave the full swing of the bat, and the sweet sound of leather against willow rocketed it to the boundary for 4. That was a lovely shot.
Yeah, beautiful shot by Olive. Had the room and really give it full flow of the bat and hit it firmly down to backward point for 4.
Yeah, really lovely. So the power play, we're into the last 4 deliveries coming up. Just 26 runs so far. 3 wickets fallen. So I'm sure that St. Patrick won't be very happy with that at all. Here is Edwards once more. There have been a few little adjustments to the field. I think he's rather meticulous, wants to make sure that everybody's exactly where he wants them. Olive is cutting the ball down to third man. That's not where he wanted it to go, but the ball inadvertently coming off the outside edge and went down to third man, got a single. Certainly wanted to hit that maybe just behind square to the left of the backward point fielder. It went much straighter down to third man.
Yeah, looking to hit it square, and as we see here, just coming off that edge and going down to third man. He will continue to attack Olive. That's his game.
Cuts down to cover, would get a single. So Benjamin slightly impeded. He's got this injury that he's nursing, that he picked up yesterday. But he's a fighter, warrior, and warriors are supposed to stay on the battlefield even when you're injured and keep fighting. Hit down to wideish mid-off and gets a single. I think we've got just 1 delivery remaining in the over.
Yeah, and Edwards just a bit short in this over. I think most of his deliveries were short outside the off stump. One was hit down to backward point for 4. He would need to bring the ball up a bit more, just bowling a bit too short.
Good sensible cricket. They will get a single. It would have been a close one, but Wavell Benjamin he really will have his task cut out for him, because you could see him hobbling and he's not entirely sound physically, but he's taking the chances. So 6 overs gone. They're scoring at exactly 5 runs per over. It's 30 for 3. More thoughts from you, Rafel, and then we've got Justin Hector coming up next.
30 for 3, 6 overs being bowled. Shakim Edwards bowling his first over. A bit short outside the off stump, most of his deliveries. The last delivery was right up, which was pushed on the offside. But just need to bring the ball up a bit more, keep the batsman playing on the front foot. St. David's have been able to pick up 3 wickets, and I think 3 important wickets. They would want to keep things tight as Joseph continues from that southern end, and he's will be bowling to Weevil Benjamin.
It's at a crucial stage in this game, and Benjamin is wrapped on the pad and just a stifle appeal, as this one clearly heading down the leg side. But Imran Blacks Joseph, he's one of the hardest tryers. He will keep running in all evening and really putting everything into it. And certainly, and I believe still, Crony, this game would be very interesting.
Well, we have seen really some interesting games so far, but Joseph coming off a shorter run. I think he's still a bit injured, but I see generating quite a bit of pace there. As Benjamin was on his back foot again, looking to run it down to third man. Have been nursing an injury for quite a while now, and that certainly has been affecting him. No, Pascal is out with injury. I think it will be important that he try to stay as fit as he can to complete his overs.
Yeah, he's all body really. He doesn't really depend on too much reading, and a delivery which is played back up on the offside. Does the competition rules afford for instance, no, not for replacement in a case like that?
No,
it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Maybe something that should have been considered, behind the fact that cricket have been played. A lot of these guys haven't played cricket for a while. Maybe to just cover. Anyway, here is when a ball struck down towards Madoff. They has to hurry and it does. However, the sentiment feeling haven't been bad at all. They and head batsmen certainly have tested the arms of the fielders and make for very exciting viewing.
Yeah, we've seen a couple pick up. There was one direct hit to the stumps, which was close. But again, without the third umpire one, you have to give the umpire some credit for the decision that he made.
Yes. So Olive again will face Joseph and look at the pull down the leg side. And did he get something on that? They were all excited over it. Not out, says the umpire. So well, go back to have a look at it to see. It's very difficult to tell.
Yeah, it's really difficult to tell. I think in these circumstances, definitely we have to have the third umpire to replay.
Yes,
that would tell us what is happening there.
And probably sneak over something like that. And we don't have that capacity. But anyway, sometimes the appeal could just be to woo the umpire not calling a wide. Sometimes it works.
The end of a very good over bowled by Joseph. That's his second over.
So it's 31 for 3, yeah.
And it just conceded 1 run so far, but quick over, and really continues to keep things rather tightly.
So 31 for 3. Benjamin is on 10. Olive is on 6, and already 7 overs down. And St. Patrick cannot afford actually now to lose any one of these batsmen. These two needs to carry on, especially with the loss of Smith. That was a crucial blow for the St. Patrick unit.
And Smith is one of the players that probably would dig in. He tend to give the bowlers a chance, but he's one of the orthodox player that will stay in. Denroy Charles is one that attacking player that hits the ball a bit, so you could get rid of the players that going to change things in a very quick time. Olive is that sort of player, so it's important that Olive stay out there and maybe bat for a longer period of time. St. David's will want to remove him rather quickly.
And they tucked up into the mid-wicket area, straight mid-wicket area. They're going for one and wanting to go back for the second, which was really not on. And there is just a single to the score, take it on to 32 for 3. Benjamin moves on to 11. He brings Olive, who is on 6, to take strike from Edwards. Edwards in his second over. So far has gone for 10, 1.1 over, 10 runs. As he moves in again to bowl to Olive, this time beaten on side. He has probably a slower delivery. And he was well into the shot before the ball actually got to him.
Yeah, we're not seeing enough of the slow delivery, the variation. We saw, I think it was St. Paul. using it really skillfully this morning, picking up a few wickets, and we need to see much more of that in terms of the variation.
Here is Edward again on his way to bowl to Oliver Wilson. Gets hold of that and pulls it through mid wicket. I don't think the fielder will get to it. No, he can't. So it goes away into the boundary for 4. Bad delivery. He doesn't have the pace to bowl that length. And Oliver was quickly onto it and pulled it over mid wicket for 4.
Yeah, a short delivery, and it was well played, and there was no danger there as he pulled it over deep backward square leg, went into the boundary for 4. A good positive batting by Olive, and you need a player to be playing that sort of inning to ease off some pressure after losing the first few wickets.
So here is Edward again, just being held up by the umpire as Olive settles into his stance again and wait for Edwards. He'll reach his driving, looking to drive through the offside, and probably lucky there, probably just the bounce which have saved him on this occasion.
Yeah, and that's the sort of length you want to be bowling, to bring the batsman on the front foot. He was too short. The first over was fairly short, and you could see him there with that ball up to him, coming back in slightly. But this is the sort of length you want. The batsman need to be on shore, whether to drive or whether to defend. So this is sort of length that you want to be bowling.
Moves in again to bowl to Olive. Olive and gets one shot and is caught. Beautiful catch in at mid wicket. Olive looking to pull and not keeping the ball down, and being caught. Lovely catch there in the mid wicket area.
That's a great catch taking. We are going to look at the replay, but again it was a short ball, and Olive really went into it and pulled it firmly. And let's see as the mid wicket fielder going to pick up that catch. Just seemed to move to his left. I know we're probably going to see it again, but very good catch here, and an important break there, having lost the wicket of John Olive. Olive is one that can turn the game very quickly, and he was making use of the bad deliveries, was really hitting the ball well, and to pick him up at this point, I think St. Patrick's really would not want to know that he would have to depart at this time. But good blow by St. David's, and picking up the 4th wicket, 36 for 4 and the 8th over.
And Oliver was gone for 10, and
So Devani Joseph is the new batsman. So St. David's, they have struck and struck well. St. Patrick's in real trouble. They could have ill afford to lose John Olive. Good catch by Jackson to his left. The ball was screaming coming towards him, and he did a fine job. Took a great catch. Delivery that is pitched maybe just a little outside the leg stump. Looking to pull that. The over comes to an end, and after 8 overs, 36 for 4. Well, Benjamin is really fighting there for his 11 runs. He's got an injury, and Joseph has just joined in. They've got quite a bit of work to do. Let me just take this opportunity to say good afternoon to Colin Peters, who is the Coordinator of Sports in the Ministry of Sports. Colin, good afternoon. Welcome to the commentary booth.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you to all you. Good afternoon to all your viewers, listeners. I must say this morning I stayed home and looked at it, and I must congratulate the Grenada Cricket Association, the commentators, Pastor Warman, the whole technical team for such a lovely viewing of the cricket. It looked very professional, I must say, and I know that the crowd and the spectators all over the world who is following up is very excited about what is going on in the cricket. So congratulations to all that make it possible to make sure that we could be home, and respect the protocols that are COVID protocols, but still continue with the sport at such lovely viewing and a professionalism that is we've been seeing.
Oh, we just witnessed a wide down the leg side by Imran Joseph. So he's picked up 1 wicket already. So let's talk a little bit about the Ministry of Sports, what's taking place now. It must be a pretty difficult time, of course, in the ministry with the COVID pandemic all over the world and impacting Grenada also. Though we've had minimal people with the virus, so to speak, but it has had its impact, right?
Impact. We have used the opportunity to do some upgrading of some of the facilities, do some staff development program. During this time, there are many sports that was able to respect the protocol and continue with some level of training, which we give the support to the cricket this year. We had the Volcanoes team here that was training, we have some track team in St. David's that continue training under the protocol. And we give a lot of support towards that. We see the football team, the Grenada football team is also in training. Some of our staff are sent to both to the Cricket Association and the Grenada Football Association to make sure that some level of training continue. And we are very happy to see what is going on in some of the upgrading of some of our facilities and hard court. And we're getting there. We're getting there. And we must, the athletes, we have to encourage them in the level of preparation and the continuation by, doing what is expected of them. And we have been there with both financially to support those on scholarships and those locally, and I must say that we are looking forward to days when we can be back to normal. But so far we are continuing with the support in all aspects of the game.
Nice shot, just get him up onto the toes of the back foot and turned it nicely down to backward square, gets a single. A lot depends, as I said earlier on Benjamin, who's now gone on to 13. How do you keep your coaches, for example, and your staff going in this period with limited activity, so to speak?
Well, we schedule to the community, so they have the community programs on afternoons in the different sports, at the different venues. So they are continue training, continue coaching. We have done most of our educational certification program within this period online. We also do fields preparation and, as I mentioned, some other resurfacing and of both hard courts and some new fields. So the staff had been, although we, in sports we are accustomed with competition, we are accustomed being busy all day physically. But we use the time to help develop from the foundation with the primary schools, I want to say with the community programs, with the introduction of the sports, and we support at the top level with, as I mentioned, with some of the elite and
caught an extra cover, sorry, Colin.
Yeah.
Pitched up and he was coming forward and drove at it. And
yes.
quite a strange...
St. Patrick's is in trouble.
Yes, quite a strange reaction from the bowler in Imran Joseph. Went down on all fours, so to speak, and did something which looked rather abnormal. That's the way he celebrated.
A lovely catch here.
It's interesting. Interesting. I have never seen a celebration like that from a bowler before. Went on all fours and walked on his knees, so to speak, and then went and did something that a bulldog will do if he gets to the tire of a car. Well, that's the best way I can put it.
It's a lovely game. It's excited, to see the teams are out. I know some of our coaches are involved. I'm seeing Mr. Coney was here. Tell us for attached to St. Patrick's team. I say a past athlete Troy in touch with St. David's. He's working with the St. David team. So a lot of our coaches are out in this structure here, either as coaches or some of them are playing still at that level. And I must say, he's happy to see some of our emerging programs. Athletes that through cricket are also part of the parish team. So I think that's good. That's good for the sport.
Yeah, so that wicket that just went to bowling Joseph was caught Peters. There was extra cover, the bowling of Joseph. So he has just picked up his second wicket. 2 for 5 of 2.5 overs. The new batsman is... there's an appeal for caught behind. Well, wide signal by the umpire. Was looking That's Marlon Henry was looking to pull that behind square. It was a pacey delivery, and Charles just dancing around behind the wicket, collected smartly. The appeal went up, but the umpire confirmed that it was a wide. It's 42 for 5. Down to fine leg, clipped off the toes. That's going to go all the way to the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, that's
Really lovely. It was just sinking down the leg side, and he came forward and turned it nicely and went down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So the total has now moved on to 46 for 5 at the end of 9. Well, yes, I know that there's so many sporting disciplines, Kurlan, across Grenada. There's obviously some little concern about netball. Somebody recently told me that they wish they could see a little bit more activity taking place.
What I know for sure, I know last month netball they had the general they had a new election, I think, and they have a new president, a new structure. So I know we have been communicating with them and looking to put new structures in place. I have also know that some of our senior coach is out with some of our netball coaches in the community, and they haven't stopped and continue with the netball program. So I think there's something you will see the netball very soon. Coming maybe with a different structure, different approach, with a new membership in a sense. But things are going to happen.
What about?
I know track and field had they had a mini meet last week. I know the excitement of that. I know of the delayed with the regulations that too and the protocol that was allowed. They will have the second one next week Saturday at the stadium again, and that is excited. Things will happen. We just have to be patient, and we have to respect the protocols that guide us for public health safety. So what we are doing at the ministry, we are continuing and trying to give them the support in any way possible. We are pushing the community aspect of it, and we are also giving support for the competitions when they actually started and when permission is granted. So we'll see more and more competition coming on board. I know the football is preparing for international showcase at the end of the month. We are doing some work on the playing field out there, on the surface. So we are working hand in hand to make sure that for the competition, you have to send your request to the Ministry of Health and the COVID committee to get the permission for the competitions. I think they are making case, and I know association individuals are sending for, but we have to wait and allow them to do the job. We have been trusting them so far, and the results is good. So we definitely have to wait on some of the response so that the majority of sports can resume in the level on which we want it to and expect it. We're talking about crowd support and. But so far we have to follow and work within the guidelines.
Yeah. What sort of impact do you think it's having on many of our young sportsmen and sportswomen, whether it's football or athletics or cricket or whether it's lawn tennis, with many of these players not able to come and showcase their skill? You
have a negative impact because competition is in all sport. We work towards our target, and when we set our training program, we must have a competition phase that will change our intensity and volume in training. It definitely have a negative impact on the sports and the sports in general worldwide. It's not a normal situation. I think it's something we have to find ourselves and work with and find ways of motivating the young athletes and students are coming out and be part of sports. Even as we resume school, school is not fully back yet at a PE level to the primary school, but we definitely have to start back fresh. I want to say fresh in the sense that we have to push some of the sports from the parish and from the primary school level so that we can boost their enthusiasm and that love for sports and a continuation. But we are giving the support, and we are trying to make sure in the ministry that we, as I mentioned, with the elite program, with the support through football, cricket, athletics, we will get more persons on board next season. What we are doing with some of our talented athletes between the age of 18 and 26. We give them a stipend every month through the money program so they could continue training with the associations so that they could allow them to gain, academic scholarship or sports scholarship within that period. So we're hoping to continue with more athletes at that level so that we could have more, we could maintain our status on a competition level at a higher, at a Windward Islands thing, and then we start at the bottom with the primary schools competition.
We have a change of bowling from the far end in Jeron Noel, who is pushed down to long off and will get a comfortable single at some Marlon Henry. So he is now gone on to 6. Wavell Benjamin, a lot depends on him. We're in over number 11, so we're just going into the second half of the 20. It's over number 11 now in progress. Just pushed up to mid-wicket, and there is no run. But it's sort of unprecedented, Colin. We have the annual Windward Islands competition that, what months did it take place?
It should be in July,
June,
August.
July, August,
Yeah.
thereabout. And obviously last year you couldn't have it.
And this year,
You wouldn't have it either.
And if you look to some of the change for this thing, if you look at the CXC now, CXC is saying that the exams is in July. You look at KFT games scheduled for July. So you could see everybody at all levels trying to readjust and reschedule some of the activities. So it affects our preparation, as I mentioned, for the athletes. But we, in general, with some of the sports, we definitely have to find finding innovative ways of maybe organizing and restructuring our competition, and to make sure that we get the competition going. What we'll try to do is try to boost the community programs in competitions, basically, and parish, so that we could get that boost there and then take it back to a national level. So it will be a new thing coming. You will hear about it next week, where we'll try to see how we could get back the village competition up and going. We'll try to assign someone towards that, and then we'll work at it at all the different levels, as we have known it before. And we're hoping that we'll get back on top as quick as possible.
Physical education, of course, is an authentic formal subject in CXC. Does it in any way have any great challenges in regards to students who are involved in the subject matter?
Yeah, you definitely have some ways, because in the physical education aspect for CXC, and you're speaking about, but I know that the teachers have been able to execute their syllabus and do the practical aspect of it. They have to, do 3 sports, and we never had problem. We always have all 98% pass in that subject, and I believe the PE teachers and the support staff in the schools have been able to execute it satisfactory with what is required of them. But it definitely have an impact, and maybe the amount of persons that will assign for the subject. But I believe we're gonna pick up, and those that are actually doing it right now, they are prepared to be successful.
We have Marvin Gordon, in fact, who is now bowling. Is into his second delivery outside the arm, cut down to the sweeper position, and would get a single. So lots of challenges involved, Mr. Peters, but all in all,
we are grateful.
You've been doing a good job, haven't you?
We've been working hard to make sure that we continue. I must say, congratulations to the Volcano teams. Team that was participating in Super 50. I know they will be home here in Grenada very soon, and they will continue their hard work. To the Cricket Association for the tournament, I know that there are other tournaments that are in the future for the elite program that we're executing under Mr. Junior Murray and some of our coaching staff. So we'll continue working hard to make sure it's even from the field aspect or with the, to give the support so the competitions could happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Very much appreciate that. We're speaking there with Colin Peters, the coordinator of sports in the Ministry of Sports. They are in trouble here. That's suicidal. So, big run out. Wavell Benjamin, the ball was struck up to extra cover, took off for the single. Marlon Henry did not respond at all. He remained there stationed in his crease. The return came into the keeper's end with great poise and accuracy. And so Wavell Benjamin goes run out for 16. He is disconsolate and very, very unhappy. And St. Patrick, they found themselves in deeper trouble. Over number 12 in progress is 53 for 6.
Well, and that was possibly the glue in terms of the batting of St. Patrick, and he's the one that would have been batting deep and probably looking to bat till the end and try to see what they can muster, especially from the other end. He's gone now, and that certainly has put things of course George is no rabbit, can at this level with the bat, and whatever production he can get, and of course Marlon Henry, the experienced former national cricketer. I mean, they will probably have to look to see if they could get that score somewhere past the 100, close to 120 from here, if possible.
So, well, I don't think that St. John would be very happy. St. Patrick would be very happy with what they're doing there. There hasn't been anything complicated really. Some bad decisions, some false shots, and well, St. David's, they've made easy meal of this.
Knowing too that sometimes St. David batting too can also be suspect at times. That in the best of times, so St. Patrick need to get as many as they can and try to put pressure on St. David when their turn come to bat.
So Dennis George, who is no rabbit with the bat at all, facing up, comes forward and just pushes the ball in front of him, the offside. Fielder coming in there from short extra cover.
So
he's going to use all his skill and experience here, I would think. George wrapped on the pad outside the leg stump, looking to pull that down to the deep backward square area. The over comes to an end. Successful over there for St. Patrick. Not from the context of the bowler dismissing a batsman, but from a run-out route. And just to quickly go through the scorecard in case you've missed it. Wavell Benjamin, who was just run out there for 34 balls, 59 minutes. And they run Hippolyte, leg before to Nilan Pascal without scoring. Pascal has gone off for some treatment, hobbled his way off. Dennis Smith was bowled by Jackson, and ball that jacked back into the right-handed batsman. He went for 6. Then Roy Charles, leg before to Joseph for 5. John Olive, who was looking pretty good, was spectacularly caught by Jackson of the bowling of Edwards for 10. Devani Joseph was caught Peters, bowled Joseph without scoring. So Marlon Henry is not out 7 at 6 deliveries. And Dennis George, who is yet to score. They've got to do a bit of restorative work here for St. Patrick. I think in the earlier days, Marlon Henry used to bat much higher in order, didn't he?
Yes, keep wicket and
yes.
Maybe remote, yeah.
Comes forward and plays it out to short extra cover. He really will have to use his experience and skill here to take St. Patrick out of this rut. They're in the morass of trouble. Uses his feet well and pushes the ball down to long off. Will get a comfortable single.
Yes, they need to just first ensure that they bat the 20 overs. I think that's the key thing about it. And maybe if they do bat the full allotment of 20, they will get somewhere just beyond 100. Should. Let's clean him up. The sound of leather on wood.
Well, comprehensively beaten and bowled. He was coming forward looking to drive. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball at all, and the ball sneaked through. Both bails are off. And so another wicket has just fallen. Dennis George comprehensively beaten and bowled by Jerron Noel. And so the 7th wicket has fallen. 7 for 54 as George goes for a duck. And the total looks more and more miserable here by St. Patrick.
Yes, and the disconcerting sound of of wood being shattered behind the back of a batsman is always something unnerving for the batsman. But St. Patrick really, you have to call that a token. I'm trying to find out the best word to describe it in terms of the batting. Really inept batting we were looking at from St. Patrick. The batsman never look in control at any time, at any point. And of course, there's nothing in the pitch to suggest that no devils there, no vicious turn. If anything, I think this pitch has really played well throughout the games that we've seen.
Well, I don't think anybody could fault the pitch at all for its performance. It held up well and established a platform for good batting and also good bowling. So if anyone is at error, has to be the players, not the pitch. There's no demon outside there. Nothing devilish, nothing untoward. Just a picture perfect pitch for good batsmanship and for scoring heftily. Wrapped him in the pad. There is an appeal for leg before. Got him, gone! Leg before. Joseph goes. Well. He was onto the back foot. The ball cannoned into the pad. He looked up, saw the fatal index finger of the umpire saying, that's adjacent, that's out. So he goes back. He hasn't lifted his head since he's left the crease. And one could understand that when you're that embarrassed and when you're that convinced, really, that you haven't played the best role. He is going to go back leg before without scoring. And so St. Patrick, they've plunged into deeper problems. They're 54 for 8.
No way could he argue that. He was right back on middle and leg and struck plumb in front. And yes, almost action replay to how he went in the game yesterday, where he went back to a delivery and he wasn't too very happy. But I don't think he could have ever complained here today, the way he went. Well, more trouble for St. Patrick. 8 wickets down. We could hope maybe have an early evening here.
Wow. Yeah, you're right, early evening. So the new batsman is Michael Fraser, who's come out to join Marlon Henry. And they're having a bit of a discussion. Maybe Marlon Henry is telling him that he needs to play with the top hand, play as secure as possible, because they're in over number 13. So we still got another 7 overs to go, 7.1 overs to go.
Oh, what do spinners smell like? You know, fast bowlers smell blood. What do spinners smell? Because the spinners are smelling something, eh?
Maybe blood too.
Yeah.
Interesting that. Well, so let's look a little bit at the figures now of Jerome Noel. 1.5 overs, no maidens. Is picked up 2 for 3. You can't want it much better than that,
No,
can you?
not at all.
So he's moving in now, and he's going to be bowling to Fraser. There he is, to Fraser. There's an appeal for leg before, really. You could hear it screaming in the on the boundary microphone. How's that? So the over comes to an end, and at the end of 13 is 54 for 8.
I think saved by probably a thin inside edge. Yes,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. Well, it dragged it back a bit after striking the inside edge of the bat, and that saved him.
Well, probably if he didn't hit it, it would not have cannoned into the pad, I reckon.
Yes. But I wonder too if that was the instruction given by Marlon Henry.
Absolutely not. So here's Melville Gordon into his second over, and would move into bowl to Henry. Short, no flight at all, just a low, flat trajectory. Pushes the ball out to extra cover, short extra cover rather. Well, what a day for St. Patrick's here. Short outside the off stump, cuts, gets it again to extra cover.
But
I'm sure that he would be very disappointed with that shot. Banged it hard into the ground.
and we can assure you it's certainly not St. Patrick Day. It's probably not far from St. Patrick Day, but you're sure today is not.
Driven up to long on, ball travelling very quickly to Imran Joseph, who is on the long on boundary. Came up very quickly, picked it up, hurled the return back. Everything done rather quickly.
Just to notice when actually St. Patrick Day. St. Patrick Day should be.
When is that?
Yeah,
We probably need to ask somebody from St. Patrick when it's been St. Patrick Day. Nobody seems to know when it's been St. Patrick Day. Outside the off stump, looking to glide that down to third man. Dangerous shot there by Fraser. But he's a lower order batsman, so you can understand he wouldn't be able to do it as proficiently as if he were a frontline batsman.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It
Oh,
can
you
be
were
too
pretty close to it. March 17.
Yes.
Thank you, Kerry. Frank, one of the more resourceful young men we've got. Almost wanted to say in the area, but you've got to sing Grenada.
That's pretty right in saying that shows it's not St. Patrick Day today, and it won't be St. Patrick Day today. No, maybe not.
14 overs gone, 55 for 8.
So certainly, the new normal, the whole issue of COVID has certainly erased some things of the calendar. In a sense. Not just been erased of the calendar, but it has made us less aware of those important days and time. Like it just doesn't matter anymore. I hope we can come back to that sometime.
Well, the world is in the world wide signal by the umpires. It's such a stage now that, you know, practically you've got to, as you live as a person in the world today, you've got to expect virtually anything, so to speak. It's not the old-fashioned kind of habitation that existed back then, with everything changing and changing dramatically and technology rising to new heights. Delivery that is hit down to the widest long off position. They won't come back for the second. They're coming back for it. They gotta hurry. And if the return were really good, trust me, it would have been a bit of danger there for the batsman screaming at the non-striker's end. But the return was not very good at all. They got two.
But whoever made the call, it was a very good call. In the end, as we look at it now, the fielder had to move around towards his left and in, so that gave them, I think, that extra time enough to get that second run.
Yes, but he was moving at his right hand, which is his left hand.
Yeah.
I know that sounds paradoxical. What we're trying to say here is that his left hand is a strong hand, and he was moving in that area. Oh, he could make this thing so complicated, is it? The run rate being 4.07.
That's why they find us right-handers very awkward.
Oh, that seemed to have him all tied up. He wasn't too sure whether he should turn it behind square. Then fortunately, just at the last moment, tapped it out to a short mid-wicket. So they're into a stalled situation here. St. Patrick, really big trouble. Outside the leg stump, wide signal by the umpire. I think we're going to be going home earlier today. That's what it looks like. But you know, this game of cricket is a very strange thing, you know. Lovely game, but the old famous cliche game of glorious uncertainty would always remain, would remain for a long time. 15 overs gone is 60 for 8.
Yeah, and we've seen teams sometime in 15 overs and probably double the score in the last 5, and with the ability to do that. But you have to wonder whether St. Patrick, with 8 wickets down, whether the remaining batsmen can really push it that far.
Well, there's a word called improbable, and there's another one called impossible. I don't know which one of them you would prefer to use. I want to be cautious. I'll use improbable. It's always best to be safe.
Indeed.
Here's Gordon coming in with his third over. Outside the off stump, glides down the backward point. He's got to hurry. The return comes in. It's a good, quick, sharp one, but the response was rather quickly there by Fraser. Saw the opportunity, took off rather quickly, and got there safely in the end.
Fraser just looks so languid in the wicket. He almost doesn't seem like he can run the 22 yards to get down there. It's a lumbering kind of approach to running between the wicket.
Dab down to third man. Well, the West Indies will be on tonight. Justin, you
Yes.
like what you see?
For a reason, I prefer to keep for myself at the moment.
There's another
there
mix-up
is-
here. The return comes in. Just managed to get there. We've had some careless running between the wickets too.
Yeah. Yeah, they had they took the single previous. There was no hesitation. They got it very easily. Now the fielder had to move to his right, to his left, and there were ample time for the single, and they did not get it.
So hit down to the deep mid-wicket area. They've gone for one. Will come back for the second, and the return comes in. They get two. So is it Pascal back on the field? Is he? He is back on the field.
Yeah.
So he's there in the extra cover area. Interesting place to have him at extra cover. It's one of those high traffic areas in the game of play, a game of cricket. Delivery that is spanked down to the sweeper position. They will come back for the second run quite comfortably. Any changes to the West Indies team tonight? Your thoughts?
I mean, replacements probably. I don't know. I don't know how much the changes will actually make, or who's still available in terms of. But I think generally, West Indies have to look at the way they handle the slow bowling. If I'm a betting man, I'll probably bet on Sri Lanka probably winning the series from here.
Yes, just looking back at the first match that the West Indies won, and one good friend of mine said that he was so impressed with the victory,
Yeah.
meaning that there was some 40 odd balls remaining in the match. Well, it's now 68 for 8 after 16.
Yeah.
But considering that there was one over that yielded 36 by Karen Pollard, that to me was a key knock. And if Jason Holder were not dropped, one wondered whether the West Indies would have cantered home. The second match we looked at was absolutely different. We didn't get the impression really that the West Indies were going to do anything outstanding in terms of how they approach the innings. They didn't look to see to turn the strike over. That's not a characteristic feature of West Indies batting and West Indianism. We believe in cavalier approach. We love boundary hitting. And that's something that Phil Simmons obviously will have to speak into the minds of these players about strike rotation and learn to understand that cricket involves not sixes and fours only, ones and twos and triples. They do make up a score in the end.
Well, to be fair to Phil, speaking yesterday evening or this morning, he did say that the batsman will have to find ways still, despite the difficulty against the spinners, to score runs. I don't know if that's an indication that the approach needs to be changed.
Well, we've got a few hours to wait and see what would happen. But it is also very much of a test for the West Indies, and to begin to determine who are going to be this elite bunch of players to delivery that is struck down to mid-wicket, get a single. That will travel to India for the World Cup coming up. That should be November, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it should be somewhere October, November.
October, November. The team on paper, I suspect, would look very good. But again, it'll be played in the sharp single. They get it.
Yeah.
But again, it will be played in India on pitches that are expected to turn, we would think. Let's wait and see. Guard is taken by Marlon Henry. Again, maybe just ensuring that he is comfortably placed. So he's guard, and a guard which is of course important for all batsmen. Which guard did you bat, Justin?
About a leg stump.
Leg stump guard.
Like to free the arms.
Down the pitch, hits that. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's a lovely shot. That's 6. He jumped and drove that one. Lovely. Straight as an arrow. And it went soaring over the umpire's head. Down over the boundary line. Good hit there by Marlon Henry.
Came 25 meters back into the field after coming off the side screens.
Yeah.
Struck that hard.
And just quick, he's gone to 25.
Trouble.
He's going to manage to get back.
Does look like it's so much like Junior Murray.
Admittedly. Over comes to an end. 17 overs gone. Just 3 remaining. St. Patrick's, there's 75 for 8.
Yes. Oh, this man is struck the way he bats. Everything is... maybe he should ask someone whether he really patterned his because he used to be a wicket keeper also.
Yes, I remember when I saw him for the very first time. That's Marlon Henry. His posture, his build, his mannerism behind the stumps were characteristic of Junior Murray. There's no question about it. He must have been a big fan of Junior. I'm talking about several years ago. Who wouldn't? If you admire somebody, you tend to pick up some of their idiosyncrasies.
Yep.
So it's going to be Gordon again. He hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. He needs to get one in his column. Short outside the off stump. He is bowling very flat. It's not giving the ball any air at all. So it'll be hard to get a batsman stump. That's one of the things you probably have to take out from his equation. Again, it's flat. Comes forward. Pushes it back along the turf. One thing though, he's pretty economical.
Yeah, indeed.
Thereabout.
I think he's banking on batsman to miss, which they haven't done yet.
Short turn behind square. Now they've hustled for one. They're going to come back. No, they decide against it. Quite rightly too. So one more, 2. Fraser's gone to 3. Well, he has played a supportive role to Marlon Henry. Now, if they could get this target, or this total rather, up to 100, I think it could just turn out to be a bit of a working total.
Indeed, it can. And while while we're sleeping, the partnership has gone to an important 22.
Interesting.
Yeah.
22, and Fraser's scored 3 out of the 22. That's a big hit. It's in the air. Would somebody take the catch? Diving effort there, but I think it's gone
For 4.
over. Did it go over the boundary line?
It seemed to drop just inside.
Maybe just inside.
Inches inside. In fact, signal 4 by the umpire already.
We'll get a little bit of a replay on that.
But that's the idea. It's straight as an arrow.
Joseph was coming across to his left, and Gerard Noel was coming across to his right, and the ball bisected both of them. Down the track again, turns it up to mid wicket. They've got a hustle. Well, they will in fact get it quite comfortably in the end. Ball going straight to the field at mid wicket, and that's Shaquem Edwards was coming in very quickly, but didn't gather the ball cleanly, and the batsman crossed for 1. So the over comes to an end. 18 overs gone. It's 81 for 8.
It's a nice little knock put together by the veteran Marlon Henry, and that's what you want to see. At those levels, Nilan Pascal just tapping away at the hamstring, and I don't think we'll see him again with the ball for the evening.
No, we shouldn't.
Yeah.
We shouldn't. that would be tragic.
But if he's back and filling in the extra cover region, it seems like he's quite comfortable. Yeah. But he really did look quite in quite some agony when he left the field, and at one time he never looked like he was going to be able to come back. But he's
Pascal,
now there. Yeah,
should be age 34 thereabout now. Maybe Kerry Frank will bring up quickly. I think Neil is 34, is he? 34.
Pastor, I wonder if you recall, Winwood Island now playing Barbados at, was Barbados? Yeah, I think it was at Grenville, at Progress Park. Red Pereira were here with us. Fletch were out of the team, the Winwood Island team. You remember the scenario?
No, I can't remember.
You
The
can't
thing,
remember
the
the
thing is that
scenario?
you've got such wonderful memory.
Yeah.
Mine is rather
We were
jaded.
doing this game and Nilon would have pulled up in a similar fashion.
Oh, he did.
Yes, I thought you would remember that.
No, I just told you how bad my memory is.
Yeah.
Pulls down to fine leg as coming off the boundary is Gerard Noel sends the return to the keeper. Good service.
I'll give you some more details that might help you to remember. We had to pick Reds up at Lansapine, if you remember.
Well, I remember
Remember
the
that,
picking up of
right?
Reds. Yes, he stayed by Taylor.
Correct, and we Fletch right along with us. If I think you would remember that too. Yeah. I'll tell you one more thing I remember.
Down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire.
I'm laughing because one more thing I remember, we were treated with ice cream from Andrew Fletcher, on the way down when we got to St. David to Corinth.
Uh-huh.
You remember that too? You don't?
I don't, I'm sorry. Well, back then, I think I was very much an ice cream person too.
Right. Yeah, so yeah, and Pascal did pull up just after bowling maybe one over, in the first or second over, to in a similar fashion in that game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire once more. So, Joseph is guilty of slanting down the leg side. Won't be happy at all with that. His captain won't be happy either.
Good old Reds, Pastor. Yeah.
Oh, Reds is doing pretty well. It has been a little while since I spoke with him, but we do keep in contact. Another wide down the leg side. Now that's back bowling here by Joseph. Yeah, so we do keep in contact. So Reds, if you're up there in St. Lucia, I want to say good afternoon to you. Affable gentleman, rather courteous,
Yes.
likable. Rex Pereira served the region with distinction over the years. He used to be at the OECS desk, if you remember that,
Yeah.
and made sure that sporting prowess was achieved throughout the OECS. What a wonderful man.
And a wonderful era.
Wonderful
Playing-
era too.
Yeah.
Short delivery outside the off stump. Batsman looking to cut. Doesn't make contact. Reds was, of course, one of those persons who helped me in my cricketing commentary development over the years. And even before we had met each other formally, I listened to him back then in the 80s, late 70s, as he brought cricket alongside Tony Cozier to us in the region, out of Australia or New Zealand or Pakistan or wherever they were for that matter. Those two veterans went all over the world to bring the sport and commentary right into our living room or kitchen or wherever we listened to the broadcast. Now that he is retired, there are a few younger guys who have taken up the mantle, holding the baton. And it's so important for transition when you can have older folk just giving way to younger people to carry the flag, to keep the flag flying, and to keep it fluttering in the breeze of success. Slower delivery. Hit just to the left of the bowler on his follow through, just coming forward quickly. The batsman saw the opportunity for a single. So a little bit of a partnership here. Fraser is 4-32 to Henry.
Sometimes, Pastor, we struggle to. You can't put a nationality and figures like Reds Pereira.
No, he's a West Indian man.
West Indian man.
He
There's
was
so
a
few people you could virtually term in that way.
yes, a real Caribbean man with a Caribbean flavor. Red Spur overs come to an end. So 19 overs gone, and it's 87 for 8. Yeah, I remember him. The first time I worked with Red Pereira, I think it was the Australians coming to the region. Glenn McGrath was on his first tour to the region, and playing in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I think that's the first class match that we may have done together, Red Pereira and I. And it was a lovely experience, really, just to be sitting in the commentary booth with Reds. It's a wonderful aura about it. So here is the final over coming up. Big drive. Doesn't really cue it very well. The ball may be taking more the bottom part of the bat. And I think quite fortunately for St. Patrick's, you've got Marlon Henry, who is taking strike.
And of course, Reds is always willing to share a story as it relates to some aspect of the development of West Indies cricket, and some of the events, some of the things we have gone through as a team in terms of being where we are today. Wow.
Nice shot down the ground. Will it happen? The same thing that happened the previous over? No, they come back for the second. They've got to hurry. The return comes in and they get 2. Hit very straight, pipeline-like. And these two players again, they've converged. This time they cut it off. It didn't go to the boundary. And of course I'm referring to Joseph and Noel.
So contrasting in sizes. If Joseph should crash into Noel, I think that could be so disastrous.
Yeah,
Joseph
it could be a
strong guy.
Could be a sorry sight. Big swish. Doesn't make contact.
A middleweight against a welterweight, flyweight.
Let's just come back to Reds Pereira though, and Reds was the individual who would commend you as deemed necessary, and if he sees area in your commentary that you need to brush up on and to work on, he was always quite willing. That's a fine shot. Will go down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. They're gone for 1. Will come back for the second. The return comes in, and they get 2. So there are times when I actually receive call from him while overseas, and he's listening to the broadcast, and he would say to me, "Stevenson, don't forget, you've got to say the score at least 3 times per over." Yeah.
It is 91 for 9. 2 deliveries left in the innings. Okay.
Down the leg side, wayward delivery, wide, confirmed by the umpire. Arm spread, like a bird that may have had injured wings. Confirmed as a no ball.
I listened with real intent when Reds gave an account of this acrimonious tour of New Zealand, when the famous Colin Croft incident.
In 1981, wasn't
yes.
it? Yes. Well, it wasn't just Colin Croft. Michael Holding was involved too.
Yes, correct.
Well, I'll tell you a story about that. I hope we can sneak this in this last over. Pull, tuck down too long and almost decapitated the non-striker. They're coming back for the second. They've got to hurry. The return comes into the keepers and they get it.
Pressure.
Good running.
Yeah, and Joseph Wood would on the best of times really do have a powerful return and accurate return under pressure. Just got it wide.
Yeah. The thing is that there were some people who felt that the umpires were not cheating. It was felt that the West Indians were bowling so quickly that they just could not pick up when the ball actually hit the bat, as the case may be. That delivery hit down to third man. They will come back for the second. Yes, they're urging each other, come back for the second run. They do so, and the return comes in. So that completes the innings here for St. Patrick's.
One, yes. Yeah.
So 20 overs gone. They won't be very satisfied with this total at all. 96 for 8 of 20. 96 for 8 of 20. We will be able, of course, just to give you a little bit of the scorecard to at least confirm how the innings went. And I'm sure that St. Patrick's would not be very happy at all with their overall performance.
Yeah, so Marlon Henry ends up with 40, Fraser with 4, and I think a 42-run partnership would have brought at least some respectability.
Yeah, so let's go through the scorecard quickly. Benjamin was tragically run out by George. 34 deliveries. Deron Hippolyte leg before to Pascal without scoring. Dennis Smith, a lot depended upon him before he was beautifully bowled by Jackson for 6. John Olive just gave a little cameo, if you want to call it that way. Was cut Jackson of the bowling of Edwards. He went for 10. Devonnie Joseph was cut Peter's bowl Joseph without scoring. Marlon Henry turned out with an excellent score of 40, 36 deliveries, 45 minutes he batted, 2 fours, 1 6. Was a good innings. Dennis George was bowled by Noel without scoring. SN Joseph was leg before to Noel without scoring. Michael Fraser turned out to be not out on 4. Eamon Alexander, of course, did not bat. So you had extras that brought up 15 extras. Neil Pascal, 1.4 overs, no miss, picked up 1 for 7. Of course, he was injured, had to hobble his way off the field. Aston Jackson, 3 overs, no miss, picked up 1 for 18. Shondell Regis had none for 5 of just 0.2 overs. Imran Joseph, 4 overs, 1 miss, 2 for 16. Shaquem Edwards, 3 overs, no miss, 1 for 16. Teron Noel, 4 overs, no miss, 2 for 16. And Melville Gordon had 4 overs. He didn't pick up a wicket for 17 runs. So that's the details of the batting and bowling. St. Patrick, they turned out to be 96 for 8 of 20 overs, 96 for 8 of 20 overs, extras 15, which is rather quite a bit. And the partnership, the last partnership for the 9th wicket, that is rather 42. So the run rate just 4.20, not the healthiest run rate in the world. And I think we're going to go down to Kerry Frank. He is down there. He's going to carry out an interview. They're not quite ready for us as yet, but as soon as they're ready, we're going to go there and see who he's got for us. They are in fact ready now. Kerry, if you're there, it's right over to you.
All right, we're here at the pitch side with Marlon Henry. Marlon contributed 40 to his team, 96 for 8. Marlon, it was certainly hard work outside there.
Yeah, it was a lot of hard work, Been away from the game for a long time, Yeah, I just decided to give it a best shot.
All right, in terms of the position of the team, your team finished on 96 for 8. We know you guys have a good bowling lineup. Do you think it's a total that you can work with?
Yeah, well, it runs on the board, We just have to work with what we have. Back our bowlers, back ourselves as a team and try and come out on top at the end.
All right, how was it batting outside there? You came in a position where you lost a few quick wickets and had to sort of stabilize the innings, finish with 40. How was it?
Yeah, well, just, for me, just about getting myself in, and, take it from there.
All right, your third game in the tournament, is the fitness coming back, and you think you are where it should be at the moment?
Not 100%, but I get in there.
All right, so Marlon, we want to wish you guys all the best in this game and all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, man, cheers.
All right, so that was Marlon Henry from St. Patrick. He contributed 40 to help his team set 96. That's it from the pitch. Back to the commentators.
Thank you very much, Kerry, and I'm sure that, he must be a bit pleased with his performance, Marlon Henry, but obviously not pleased with the overall performance of his team, St. Patrick. They've got to defend 96 now, except they really get inroads rather early and put St. David under pressure. Then the task of 96 may not be the most difficult one indeed. So we have a bit of an innings break here. Don't forget the magic target is 96. 96, that's what needed of 20 overs by St. David's. Can they get it? Well, we don't know. Time alone will tell, and until we come back to start the second innings, so to speak, we'll all have to wait and see what will be the outcome of this match. So join us shortly when it will be St. David's turn to bat.
More jackpot money, more reasons to play this game. More money for way. Super 6 a bigger jackpot game.
Now you love Super 6 even more.
With more money
to the jackpot galore. Play more, win more, have more fun.
With more jackpot money,
Super 6 is my number one.
With the new and improved Super 6 game, the jackpot keep growing and growing
and growing.
More jackpot money, more reasons to play this game. More money for way. Super 6 a bigger jackpot game. Super 6, bigger jackpots, more chances to win.
Holy Natural Spring Water is a water for every occasion. On the field of sports, at your workplace, just open the bottle and savor the pure, refreshing taste. Holy Natural Spring Water is produced in Mama Can St. Andrews and is available in all sizes nationwide. To order, telephone 444-7654 or 533-7654. Holy Natural Spring Water, Grenada's purest bottled water.
Welcome back to the National Stadium. This very important game for both St. Patrick's and St. David's. St. Patrick's scored 96 for 8 in their 20 overs. St. David's requiring 97 for victory. And we are about to see the beginning of the St. David's inning. And Justin, welcome back. They certainly will be hoping to overhaul at 96 runs for victory.
Well, of course, and it would be interesting if they can get a wicket or two very early. It would be very interesting to see how it goes. St. David has been up and down in terms of the batting, so St. Patrick will do well to remember that probably early inroads could certainly put St. David under pressure, and we saw them chasing it was 90 odd against St. John, and really wobbled.
Just about the same amount of runs, and actually ended up with just one ball to chase. So we expect certainly a keen battle even with 96.
Against St. Mark,
Eamon Alexander opened the bowling, and this one is pushed on the inside. Keon George, left-handed batsman, with Kimo Peters. They would be hoping to get some sort of start for St. David's.
Of course, Keon was it was at the wicket when they finally scored the winning run against St. David. It's really nerve-wracking, and probably they can say too that the St. Mark dropped chance at a very crucial stage coming to the end of the game. May have just saved them.
Yeah, the catching haven't been all that good. I think throughout St. Mark's, even yesterday's game, they would have dropped an important catch. Just the final over before the final.
With their experience in the St. Patrick bowling lineup, very experienced bowlers in the bowling lineup, with the people like George, and there's the captain, there's Denroy. So and we'll see a lot of spin.
Yes, I don't think it would be a walkover based on what we have seen from St. David so far, and certainly the bowlers that St. Patrick's possesses. Eamon Alexander, left arm pretty tight, and Dennis George is to come. We have Denroy Charles, so there's quite a bit of spin that we expect to see from St. Patrick's.
Way too high. I don't think there's any way that would be given or should be given out by the umpire. But Alexander, of course, who celebrated a birthday yesterday, I think maybe thinking can collect his present today. Yeah. First runs for St. David, and you can't blame Malan, who probably just fumbled it a bit out in the cover area there. He's been, as he said in the interview, it's nice to be back. He's been a long time away from cricket, and to have batted the way he did, I think must be encouraging.
Yes, played an important inning. He really has been out for a number of years, and to come back and play such an important inning, would really give him the confidence, that give the team the confidence that it needs, so they could really challenge St. David's trying to get to 97 for victory. Condition continues to be very good, and the pitch is playing very well, as we see coming from this northern end. Freezer are going to pick up the attack. And for Freezer, it's a slip, third man on the boundary, point, cover mid-off on the offside, and leg side long leg, square leg, mid-wicket, and a mid-on. Mid-wicket fairly short and wide, and I feel at mid-on.
I thought
Freezer shot outside the off, some cut well. Beautiful shot played by George. He crashed his short delivery down to backward point for 4.
Yeah, I was about to make the point before the delivery that I thought probably maybe John Olive would have started the experience, John Olive, uh, and having to they need to pick wicket up very early, but that was not to be. So the first ball being dispatched by Keon George for 4, and Keon will probably enjoy the Fraser because he pushes the ball across the left-hander, and therefore he will create some room for George to play those shots, which is very comfortable playing.
Yeah, it will be important for St. Patrick's to pick up early wickets. Now, we saw St. George's chasing 110, 111 for victory this morning, and they did it really well.
Again, this time down the leg side, so not really getting the radar right.
Yeah, just throwing a bit on the legs, and George turning it down to long leg and picking up an easy single. It's 6 without loss. We are in the second over. Kimo Peters knowing to strike to face his first delivery. And the field remain the same. Third man on the boundary, no slip. We have a point cover, extra cover mid-off on the offside. Mid-on, mid-wicket square leg and a long leg. And Fraser. His third delivery.
It's wrapped on the pad ball going down the leg side, and stifled appeal. No real excitement.
Yeah, Peters there looking to walk this one on the swing. We're missing the bat and just hitting him on the pad, but as you said, no real appeal.
Comfortably missing the leg stump.
Beautiful shot. This one is clipped over a vacant backward square leg and goes down to the boundary for 4. Again pitched up, and he played with the tide and whipped it over backward square for 4.
Yes, Fraser do fall over towards the offside. Therefore, he pushes the ball into the pad and sometimes down the leg side, and it's easy with the field up on the onside in this power play to just chip the ball over the top of the infield, and more often than not, well, in contrast to yesterday when the outfield was a little bit soft. Maybe yesterday might have been like a 6-iron wedge where they had the ball just sticking the ground. Now it's running, it's moving rather quickly.
Short outside the off stump, and again hit down to cover. You're going to pick up 2 runs. Timing there was fairly off. Didn't really get the timing, so it went bouncing to a square cover position, and another 2 runs for Peters.
What to say, so unless when the ball goes up that high, it falls into one of those bunkers, it will really run on. Beautiful outfield, lovely conditions. Fraser. Yes, and introduce your shorter side, the off stump. Joy now we are looking to maybe crash it through the offside. But they bring up the end of another over, 12 for no loss, and that's what actually is exactly what St. David want.
Yes, St. David's will be hoping to get off to a good start. They have not been playing very good cricket since the tournament started. This is their 3rd game. They struggled to get to, I think, 96 or 97 for victory against St. Mark's.
Okay.
And then batted also poorly against St. Andrews. I think they would have scored in the 90s also. So 96 could be challenging based on what we would have seen before with the St. David's team. We have seen a change in the batting order. Samuel, who would normally open the inning, haven't been doing well. So we have seen Keon George, who normally bats at 3, comes up to bat, open the batting. But I think the challenge really going to come with the spin bowling that St. Patrick possesses.
Yes, Alexander is one of those spinners. The delivery which is tucked on the onside, and there is no run. Keon George has shown that he's very much seem to target that straightish mid-on area to rotate strike and to get off strike. just into that area where he plays the ball now. Is looking at his, if you were to look at his chart, you will realize that a lot of his runs comes in that general area.
Yeah, you're so right. And we look at the field placing. There's a long one, a wide long one. There's a deep mid wicket on the boundary. So that leg side field there, a tendency loves to hit in that direction. So we have the two fielders outside the circle on the onside.
Yeah. So,
And
delivery, she just plays out on the offside this time, square the wicket and can score. Still 12 without loss.
yeah, good line of attack from Alexander, not giving him much room.
Comes forward and plays defensively up on the offside. Sometimes you think, as a batsman of his experience and quality, could be a little bit more positive in his approach, especially early on.
Yeah, I think one would have to think that Keon George is probably the ace batsman on the team. And
sets himself to bat deep.
yeah, I think it's important that he bats right through, just to guide the team. And the fact that the team have been batting so badly is important that he stays.
It's Alexander. We know they're economical so far. It's a delivery game, if short, and again that general area where Keon always seem to willing to exploit. Straightish mid-on area to the end of another over, in fact a maiden over, and one of the few maidens we've seen. So Alexander has achieved. It's still 12 after 3, so very much just about the 4 runs per over is what St. David is requiring, scoring at exactly 4 and requiring a rate now of about 5. So if the pressure starts to mount, and it could get very interesting if it goes up to 6 or 7 runs per over, if it comes to that.
Yeah, good over by Alexander, keeping it very tight, not giving George any room, and he had to really be defensive in that particular over. It's important as St. Patrick's, we want to keep things very tight, as we see now the off spin of Denroy Charles. Are going to pick it up from this northern end to bowl to the right-handed Peters.
Yesterday he bowled from the southern end and switched it up today. I think probably the 1 over we saw by Fraser. I think for me it was an error. I think they should have started, in fact, with the spinners anyway, from both ends. Or if not, probably the experience of Olive would have been a better choice as far as I'm concerned. But I think the captain quickly recognized it. Full toss, and that is just couldn't get to it, and almost bringing a wicket. It seemed like Alexander who's there. It seemed like they just didn't, or they wasn't sure as to the exact trajectory of the ball. They thought they could have moved a little bit quicker and probably get a little closer.
Yeah, there was no confident movement to the ball, but a full toss there, and Peters really didn't do much with it. Really should have done a lot more with that delivery, and almost played it down to the fielder at mid-off. As George comes into the strike, you see the mid wicket is going back on the boundary.
Loud appeal for caught behind, and not all, says the umpire. Did it touch the pad? Oh yes, it does indicate that it touched the pad, because all he had his arms outstretched wide.
Yeah, we see what the replay says. Seem to.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, they did touch the pad. Good take by Dennis Smith.
And George again looking to tuck it away on the onside, and can't really get it off the square.
Already just we've seen a bit of frustration. Again, not scoring as quickly as they would want to. You will see that sort of frustration. I think this is what St. Patrick's wants.
Yes, indeed. Turned away behind square. Will run pretty close to the boundary and being chased away. Won't get to it. and this time it goes away for 4. So a little bit of loose, maybe a quicker ball attempted there by Charles, and not getting it on target, and Keon just releasing the pressure there.
Yeah,
Flicked
bad
away
line,
behind square.
and George turned it down to long leg, and the fielder feeling short, they really hadn't much of a chance. The ball went down to the boundary for 4.
So a little bit of hesitation, and just creating some excitement, but got through eventually for the single quite safely, as the fieldsman didn't pick the ball up. And there's another single.
Yeah, George would have played that skillfully, in that he played it slowly, and the fielder had to really run in from a backward point and give them enough time to pick up an easy single.
You have to believe that Charles, the line just wasn't right for the field, because you had the short fine leg, so therefore no way you can be bowling to the pad. You had a strong offside field, and I can't remember, maybe only one delivery probably being bowled around the off stump when bowling to the left hander.
Yeah.
But it's got away with what, 5 runs in the over, 6 runs in the over.
Yeah, 6 runs in the over, 18 without loss, and we had 3 overs being bowled. Important, really important that St. David set some form of platform. Batting has been terrible so far, so these two will want to make sure that they, after a good start, St. Patrick's will have other thoughts. I think they are packed with good spinners. Alexander will continue his third over, and then we see how the likes of Dennis George come. They would be hoping to pick up wickets very early.
In outside the off stump, and played away from the field in front of point, towards cover point, and the fielder coming away from George, coming away from back point to do the fielding. So there's another single. Keep rotating the strike as George goes to 12, 7 to Peters, 19 without loss. The asking rate and the actual scoring rate in a battle of their own.
Yeah, I think what is important is that they should avoid losing wickets early. That is so important.
Oh, and that's close. Been just pitching outside the leg stump most likely, from that angle. The left hander bowling over the wicket to the right hander. More often than not, the ball may be very difficult. You'll have to really get that ball to straighten. We look at it. Yeah, pitching well outside the leg stump, and missing also. But danger there, really. And again, trouble. What great? The two batsmen are just not in sync. Whether there was a single there probably was, because the keeper had to run away maybe about 20 meters to his left.
Yeah, they need to. There's no communication, and really they should meet at mid pitch to discuss the running, because the running between the wicket doesn't look good. We know that Keon is prone to run out, and one would have to be very careful in terms of the running.
19 it is without loss, and we're in over number 5. So just get a strange feeling, Crony, that this could well feature out into a really interesting tussle. As the delivery is cut down behind square, and it races out to the boundary for 4. It didn't seem like it was so well timed, but the timing was superb. A delivery shot outside the off stump, giving the batsman Peters room and time, and he did put it away nicely for 4. So
yeah, lovely shot. Just he get over it and hit it down to backward point. I think he timed it better than we would have thought. As he really raced down to backward point and picked up an important boundary. That probably released the pressure a little bit. It's 23.
Just losing the line there, Alexander. Probably wanting to be more into leg stump, as he are on this occasion. Tight into the leg stump, and here's Keon going again. At the end of the over. you know, and that's the thing about the psychology of the game, Grooney. Because the best, you have to tell yourself, no, it's the last ball of the over, and I want to be here for the start of the next over. You know?
Yeah, the communication in terms of the running between the wicket really need to be improved. I don't think there's much talking. Keon George, who regularly runs out in matches, just doesn't seem to have it right in terms of the calling between the wickets and when to run. You know, as you know, the ball is in behind Peters. You expected that George is the one that's going to do the calling. So one hope that they're going to remedy that situation in terms of the communication between the wicket.
Charles
Once again, there was
hit and run.
There was a sense of unsurety, and you pick up another single. They have to be calling. They have to be calling, communicating in the wicket.
And he definitely seemed not to be a very good judger of a single. And the bowler scrambling across to his left, and I think they just ran on the shot, really. And safely negotiated the single, 24 for no loss.
Yeah, there's no confidence in running between the wicket.
But they've survived so far, and
once again, there was unsurety.
At least that was good calling on the part of Keon, because the ball went straight to the short third man. And it would not have gotten across at all. Oh, magnificent. Well, you could look at that shot every day, Crony. Brilliant extra cover drive. Probably, for me, the shot of the day. A delivery over-tossed, over-pitched. And, of course, he had to put it away, and he just split the gap. Just pure timing, and he's raced away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot as he get to the pitch of it, and he picked the gap. He didn't hit it straight, but we were able to pick the gap between that cover and extra cover, and really went down to the boundary for 4.
And another easy single. Of course, the St. Patrick fieldsmen almost caught on the heels. The delivery just steered out into the backward point area, and they went through for a very quick single. And it's always a good thing when you see, after boundaries being struck, that the batsmen are able to rotate strike, find a way to pick up a single immediately.
Well, one of the problems we are seeing at the higher level is that the batsmen seem not to know how to rotate the strike in terms of taking the singles. And which is an important part of the game. We saw what happened at the West Indies level.
Well, that's very interesting, that final delivery, Crony. We look at it, it was said not out, it was called not out by the umpire. Pitch on about middle stop. Yes, well, maybe just going on, not maybe turning enough, probably just going past leg stump as was indicated by the umpire. So, very good decision.
Yeah, probably the height too was also an issue.
Yes. I think the umpires must be given some credit there. They've done exceedingly well.
Yeah, it's a tough job to umpire, and I think the fact that we have the facility where we can look back in terms of the decision that's been made. I think we from our end are very pleased with the decision making of the umpires. We saw it in the Super 50 late last year, and we had to commend the umpires in terms of the decision they have been making.
Yeah.
I think the judgment, when you look at the replay, have been spot on, and I really think it's the same thing we are seeing here in this tournament.
In a period when not only umpires but the technology is under scrutiny, because even with the aid of technology, we are still seeing some very strange decisions and conclusions, and you really have to appreciate the job the umpire is doing, and the toughness and how hard it is to get this thing right.
Yeah, we have just seen a discussion. Hippolyte, the captain, and Alexander. This would be his last over, so they probably were contemplating whether or not he should hold back one or finish his quota. But he's continuing, pushing back the long off a bit, which indicates that he's probably going to be bringing the ball up to the bat, maybe give it a little bit of air, The cover is also going back deep. Probably going to encourage the batsman to hit down the ground.
I think it's a question of giving themselves the best chance of picking up an early wicket, and probably one of the weapons has to be Alexander. That will give them that chance to pick up that early wicket. So it's 30. However, St. David is, they're quite comfortable, and bad line this time. Delivery just on about the legs and turned away down towards backward of square. So the fielder had to run away from inside the circle, maybe about 30 meters to gather, and they were able to pick up 2. So not the type of line.
Yes, just showing a bit on the legs, and George just turned it down. The fielder having to chase.
More like what was expected based on the field that was set. Delivery tossed up outside the off stump, and George was able to drive it down towards the deep field on the boundary and pick up an easy single. You're just starting to feel, Rival, that scoring is just too easy. Not a lot of pressure out there on the batsmen, picking off the odd boundary, and of course this is the 1s and 2s.
Well, we have been discussing, good run taking. We have been discussing for the whole morning in terms of the batting of some of the teams. No, and it should be fair to say that the way St. George's batted this morning, I thought, this is the sort of thing that we are looking for. I thought both Jeremiah and Akim Alexis batted, really sensibly, particularly Akim Alexis.
Correct, yeah.
Putting on 99 for the first wicket. And you just need to put your head down and be sensible.
Especially when chasing, you know what your target is, and you know what you need to do to achieve it. Another good shot again by Kian. George race out towards the boundary. He will pick it up, and they probably should go back for the third. No, they don't. Good strong return coming in from the boundary. I think would have swayed the batsmen into not going back for the third, and as well as so it's a good thing they didn't.
Yeah, they have to run the first one quickly, but I think when they started off, in their mind, there's 2 runs. So the fact that they run the first one very slow really didn't give them the opportunity to come back for the third run. But again, Alexander just throwing a bit on the legs.
36 without loss, and that's the one delivery seam that always tuck him up when the ball is close to the body. Looks to drag it on the onside. So the end of another over. The end of what? The end of 7. It's 36 for no loss. And George sent David in pursuit of 97.
Yeah, comfortable start as we look at here. George looking to force it.
Never look comfortable with the ball close to the body.
Just looking to force it where really and truly there's no need to. But that completes another over, and Alexander completed his spell of 4 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, no wicket. Denroy Charles 2 overs for 13 runs. We're going to see Dennis George picking it up from this northern end. And he, one of the threats, St. Patrick would hope that he would be able to break this partnership.
So George, another experienced campaigner. Has been around national and of course we know Island cricket, West Indies cricket in general for a number of years. Should have probably gone on to achieve much more than that. Its potential, did have that level, that amount of potential, and one expected that he would have gone on further.
Yeah, you're right. I think a lot of effort was made to have him being part of the Winwood's team very early. When one saw his talent at the under 19 level, and he came off, played for Grenada. I think he would have probably had a couple of half centuries for Grenada. He was a player that, we were looking forward to reach the next level, really, Winwood's senior team, but really didn't come on. And then it seems as though he came down with injuries and so forth, and that certainly caused him not to really go on as he should.
So far, doing it rather easily. Singles so far, first two deliveries of George over. And it takes St. David down to 38 without loss. We're in over number 8. George is 20, 18 to Kimo Peters. So here is George again into Peters, and Peters is well forward, and they go through for a very quick single again. They doesn't really have to hurry as the fielder from Charles coming from just behind point on the offside, and they're home easily for the single. So very good batting.
Yeah, really good to see the taking the singles, playing the ball with soft hands. Fielder having to run in.
And the rotation in the strike really puts a pressure on the fielding unit. And there's a left and right combination, makes it even more difficult. And delivery by George again, which just played up towards mid-on, and there's another single. As I say, they're still taking the first run very slowly. The fielder had to probably move in onto his left for about 20 meters, and there was no attempt to put him under pressure to attempt a second run or something like that. So rather leisurely, no need for that at the moment, because they're cruising really, and they're well in touch with the rate in which they has to score.
It will be important that, you know, at least you see Dennis George play him off a couple overs.
And, an attempted square drive there by the batsman, can't get it through to bring up the end of George over. At the end of it, 40 without loss. Keon George is on 21, 19 to Peters.
Yeah, good start by St. Davis. I think it's really the best start in the tournament by far. 40 without loss after 8 overs, and I think this pair will want to continue. Will want to see it through. Want to go as close to the score as possible. Knowing what is funny old games bring, you know, you lose one wicket and you lose it in a hurry.
Today, generally, the results have shown this morning, and are probably showing again today, that it's a very good chasing day.
Yeah, I think St. George's should feel happy the way they played. I thought they batted well, despite the quality of the St. Andrews bowling. It's cause for concern. But I think other than that, you have to concentrate, and you really have to focus. And I will give Alexis a lot of credit. He put his head down and bat. He didn't try to match Johan Jeremiah, but really played a macho inning this morning, and they deserve the victory. I think they played a better game.
But for the most part, through this tournament, though, it seemed like there was something that the teams trying to set totals haven't been doing it too well. It seems like the teams chasing have always seemed to have done it quite a lot easier most of the time.
Well, it's John Olive, and he picked it up from that southern end and making sure that the fielders are placed in the right position. He's pushing his mid on. Let's see, probably going to push him back to long on. There's a long off, a mid wicket, and a short backward square, or short fine leg, a long leg. Position I always tend to call a nothing position.
Again, just a little push into the offside, and a return comes in, and good backing up by the fielder at mid-on, and hit another single. So doing it rather easily, going about it in what is the correct manner.
Yes. Yeah, very good backing up, and you see George just dropping it in front of him, and got Dennis George coming in there, and a good backing up.
But you know, see in the St. Patrick team, they know they're chasing, they're trying to defend a low total. That fervor, you're not seeing it in their fielding. Maybe delivery probably just going away from the right hander, beating him outside the off stump.
I think Peters opened the face, and I don't know, he was probably looking to pick the gap, you know, but I missed that delivery just outside the off stump. But it will become harder and harder for St. Patrick the longer the spear stays in the wicket, you know. It takes the steam out of the team.
Another defensive shot by Peters. 41 without loss. Very good reply by St. David. 22 still to George. Kimo Peters is 19. We're midway through over number 9. And as I said, constant battle between the asking rate and the scoring rate. Oh, the Raptani pad this time maybe a little bit high too, and the ball slanting into the right hander and going down the leg side. May have gotten a bit of bat onto it also, else we probably would have had a loud appeal.
Let's look at play.
Wow, maybe stumping, possible. The batsman trying to get back into the crease.
Ball just coming into the right-handed Peters.
It's again another delivery. A slower ball. One can almost see it from the hands. Been driven down the ground in the air for a while, and down to the field at long off. And two comfortable runs. So one can see Ollie probably trying that variation. We saw a lot of that from him yesterday, but been picked by the batsman. Whether he did pick it because he did hit it in the air.
Yes, he picked the gap, which was important, but not too sure that he really picked it.
Again, almost being turned around, and the ball coming off the outer portion of the bat and going down towards third man. 43 for no loss, 44 for no loss, 22 to each of the batsmen at the crease, 22 to George, 22 to Peters. So they're certainly at the end of that Olive over. So at the end of it, after 9 overs, 44 for no loss.
Yeah, John Olive, his first over went for 4 runs. Dennis George also 1 over, went for 4 runs. 44 without loss in 9 overs. A comfortable start. The batsmen seem not to be in any spot of bother. I think it's important that they continue to play each ball on its merit. I mean, 96 is not a large total. So it's important that, play wisely and play each ball on its merit.
Correct. But Dennis George will continue. And the delivery just around the off stump. The batsman looking to give himself some room to pierce that area just behind square on the offside. But can't get through with that as the captain is in attendance. Here now is George again. And picked up in the air, down to one and caught. This time falling for the bait, and Dennis George achieving the breakthrough as Peters looking to clear the infield. He has cleared the infield and hold out to the man on the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, and Fielder on the mid-wicket boundary, and again Peters looking to hit this one somewhere over the top and really didn't get hold of it, and it went straight down to the fielder on the boundary. St. Patrick's picking up their first wicket. Kimo Peters.
This would have been 6 in Antigua.
44 for 1. I'm not too sure about that. I don't think it would have reached for 6. Yes, this facility is much bigger.
Yeah,
but
I think they were 60 odd meters boundary, something like that, close to 60-meter boundary in the sticky wicket and on the ground in Antigua.
Not too sure how long is the boundary, but being there myself, it's
pretty small. Yeah,
it's not a big boundary.
Yeah.
So 44 for 1, the wicket of Chanel Regis. So Kimo Peters, caught by Fraser, bowled by Dennis George. He went for 22. And left-handed Regis.
A tournament like this, should the boundary be pulled in maybe and 5 meters?
No, I don't think so. I
don't confirm to that.
This is senior cricket. And these guys ought to play on the biggest boundary.
Okay, right, fine. Nowadays, when you think about it, you have grounds that are 50 odd meters and 60 meters and stuff and thing, and so in major tournaments. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the type of bats that are being used now, these guys hit the ball very, very, very far. We saw this morning Johan Jeremiah hitting a big 6 over a long on. Yeah, and I don't think it was less than probably 100 yards.
Yeah.
Really hit a big 6.
So you gotta provide the conditions for that type of power and that type of batsmanship and hitting. 44 for 1. So finally the breakthrough has come, and they would want to break through again, maybe 2 or 3 quick wickets to put the St. David under pressure. Because that's what will put them under pressure. They'll have to keep taking wickets on a regular basis from now on. There is George, a delivery which is pulled away by George, and it goes down to the man at mid wicket again, straight out to him this time. And George not taking the aerial route. He very rarely does though. Here on George.
Yeah, what the fielder is being placed on the mid wicket boundary there. So I think it was wise that he hit it on the ground. You know, unless he would have tried to clear the ropes.
West Indian batsmen back themselves all the time. It doesn't matter, take on the fielders on the boundary. It's a West Indian mentality. Outside the off stump, no run. So really good over by George in the end. Picked up a wicket. And an important wicket. Probably they would have liked to have that wicket maybe for earlier than that, well into the early stages of the power play. But it's a wicket anyhow, and as I say, cricket being the game it is, you never know what's going to happen in the next period of play. Yeah. 45 for 1. So Keon George is 23, and Regis, who has joined him, is not yet scored.
Yeah, we just reached 10 overs. It's the middle of the inning. It's 45 for 1. St. David's would need another 52 runs in 10 overs, which shouldn't be difficult.
No, shouldn't
be difficult. But this game of glorious uncertainties, we have seen them struggle to get to 97 for victory. We have also seen them struggle scoring, I think, with 95 in one inning. So, you know, it's a long way. It's a long way off, and we still cannot say yes, St. David's in an advantage.
We're talking a little bit. Yeah, I was talking about the fact that the required rate and the current rate were in a head-on battle. Now the required rate has gone up a bit to just over 5. Yeah, and at 45, if they score at that rate, they would lose the game. They probably can't quite begin to panic yet and say St. David need a move on. No, they can afford to play that way for a while, and still has guys like Joseph and so on, who if they need quick runs in the end can hit the ball quite a bit.
Yeah, with wickets in hand, no, Eamon Alexander has completed a spell. I think
that will be 4. Short outside the off stump, and that will certainly ease the pressure. And with that, the asking rate has gone down under 5. So it's 49 nearing 50, 49 for 1, and Keon George is on 27, and he's playing a similar role to what we saw from Marlon Henry. And somebody just need to ensure once there is wickets are not falling on both ends. I think that's key. Here is Olive delivery, which is played firmly back up to the bowler, and there is no run. So 49 for 1, nearing the 50. Keon George is on 27. And George, the only wicket taker, the wicket to fall fell to George in the over just before this. I think the key wicket for them would be that of Keon George. Oh, that was very close.
A beautiful delivery.
Yes.
See what happens there.
Right,
Just left him. Yeah. As we look at the replay here.
Indeed,
really good delivery. Really good delivery. Yeah, no, I was making a point in terms of not losing wickets early. If you have wickets in hand, you know, it's very easy even though you're down a bit to get the runs.
Yeah, now is delivery wide down the leg side, and there will be more runs here down the leg side as Alexander comes across and does the fielding, and they get only one and signal wide by umpire Chetra, and
that's 2 more to the score, 51 for 1.
So the 50 has come up. Very wide down the leg side, giving Smith no chance. Skipping away to his left, to his right.
Well, we have already seen Eamon Alexander completed a spell. Now, Dennis George has bowled 2 overs. And these are bowlers that you think are ace bowlers for the St. Patrick's team. And if they are able to get through these 2 bowlers, it make it much easier for them chasing that score of 96.
Here's another delivery by Olive, and it's placed up on the onside, and there is no run. And just one more ball in the 11th over, 51 for 1. A partnership of just 7, but just started at the fall of the previous week Peter's wicket. And again, the asking rate just over in around 5. Shot outside the off stump, and a cut, as said there by the batsman. Missing races. This brings up the end of the over. At the end of it, Keon George is on 27, 51 for 1. Regis has not yet scored. 51 for 1, as I said, is the latest score here. And you'll continue to chat away while Pastor slips into the chair.
Yes, St. David's need 46 in 9 overs at 51 for 1. And St. Patrick's really would be looking to pick up some more wickets. But St. David's would have other thoughts. A very good over ball there by John Olive. He has been able to move the ball away from the left-handed batsman. We have seen in this over Keon George being beaten by a beauty. But really has been bowling good line, good length. And he certainly would need a lot more watching as St. David's endeavour to get to that score.
Yeah, well, they're certainly on course to get there. Just a 1 wicket fall for having fallen for 51. So the current run rate is what, 4.64, is that? So the required run rate just 5.11. That's pretty good. Should be a simple task when 9 wickets are intact.
Well, yeah, you see the right word, should be. Darren Hippolyte, right arm off spinner. You're going to pick it up going around the wicket to bowl to George.
George is playing a relaxed innings this evening. There's nothing cavalierish about his batting. He has tried to make it as simple as possible, nudging, using his wrists very well. That last delivery just turned behind square on the leg side and they ambled a single. Doesn't look to bludgeon or hit the ball with remarkable power. Shot selection has been pretty good.
Yeah, one would hope, I would think that he understands the game and his role as a captain. And as was said by one of the players early on, you play basic cricket. This doesn't call for anything extraordinary, but to play basic cricket.
Well, that wasn't very basic at all. That was hit inside out. And the ball went spiraling down to the extra cover area. Stayed in the air for quite a while. Well, that fielder was not able to run across. I had to cover maybe about 35 yards to his right. Couldn't pull off the catch. But he got to maybe about 10 yards within reach of it.
Yeah, 54 for 1. We are in over number 12. Darren Hippolyte is first over from 4 deliveries, 3 runs in the over.
Fine shot, fine shot. Pick the gap well between that short straight mid wicket and the long on. And he hit that well down to the boundary for 4. Just rocked on the back foot. So look at it again. See how quickly he used the crease, went a little on the deep side into the crease. Yes, that's right, and pulled the front leg out of the way and whipped it through the mid-wicket area for 4. Sent back by George quite wisely too. Certainly wasn't a single there.
And going to Dennis George, very, very quick on his feet. The end of 12 overs, 58 for 1. As Regis on 6 and Keon George on 28. Really is putting his head down and is batting well.
Yeah, they both look very well indeed. Good partnership developing here, one that is needed. They're not doing anything untoward at all. They don't look scratchy. They look very much in charge.
Yeah, I continue to speak about the batting display this morning, how macho it was. Johan Jeremiah and Akim Alexis. I think this is what we need to see in some of our teams in terms of their batting. You haven't got a big total, but you can face it. You can bat sensibly and get to the total. And St. George is winning this morning by 9 wickets. Well, St. David's would certainly want to do the same thing. Still have with 39 runs to get.
A little bit of indecision there as to whether he should have come back. George was interested in the second run.
Yeah. Certainly have some difficulty in judging runs. You know, as I commented before, he has been a run-out candidate. A number of games that he would have played. And we are seeing signs of some indecision in his running. $59 for 1. Keon George 29. Regis on 6 in strike. We're in over number 13, and John Olive in his third over, so far none for 11. And he's bowling to a backward third man, boundary, backward point cover, extra cover mid-off, backward square mid-wicket, and a long on. He's right arm over the wicket.
Pushed up on the offside. Good single, really good single, good call by George, and they will in fact come back for the second run overthrow. That's what happens when you put pressure on the fielder. He can take his eyes off the ball, he can overrun, as well as is shy to either end of the pitch, whether it's the non-strikers or the keeper's end. Can be a little bit dubious at times, could be a bit erratic. In that case it was, and they came back for the second run.
Yeah, well played by Regis with soft hands. So the fielder at backward point, they have to rush in. And George was equal to that task and completing that single very easy. Well, we heard some calling on that single, and this is what we want to hear. Regis did call right, as George was looking for another single.
Yes, the ball going behind the back of the non-strikers, so it's got to be the striker's call. They should get 2 here. There's a possibility of 3. They will come back for the third run. The return comes in. It's a good one. But the bowler is not very happy at all with his fieldsmen.
Yeah, good shot. George is still nursing an injury, and you could see still nursing an injury, putting his hand, just behind his thigh there. And that has been one of the concerns. The previous match, he had to actually go off because of that. I think he tried to be a bit aggressive, having difficulty in running. I know he's not 100%. He's just holding his legs there.
So how many of us gone now? We've got...
we have 13 overs.
13 gone.
65 for 1. As that ball is played down to deep mid wicket by George, picked up another single. I see emergency fielder just coming out there. George having a drink. St. David's requiring 97 for victory. Yeah, need 32 more runs. Keon George is on 30. Shondell Ridge is on 11. Having lost the first wicket at 44. Kimo Peters, he went for 22. As John Olive completing his third over, 3 over, none for 17. Deron Hippolyte, 1 over for 7 runs. He's going to continue to bowl in from this northern end. And the left-handed Keon George is making some adjustment to the field. Mid-wicket is going out on the boundary. There's cover on the boundary. There's long off. And let's see that mid-on is probably going back to, let's see if it's long on, just mid-on deep. Mid-wicket backward square.
Just talking about the batting of Keon George, is one of those players I thought had the ability to go much further with his cricket, because he exhibited such talent as a youngster.
Yeah, it's very true. You're sure right about it, and I know a lot of emphasis was played on him in terms of his development, but just didn't come on. And I think there was a few games that was played at Windward's level and really at under 19, and he was one of the players that was spotted. And they were looking to him to get into the senior team to go forward, and it just didn't happen. And I think subsequently, there was a few injuries, and as such, that would have really pushed him back. Fitness is a key thing if you're going to play at the highest level.
You're right, sure, right.
So your training, have to be right. You have to be disciplined, and sometimes that seemed to be lacking in some of our younger players. So you really didn't come on as was expected. 66 for 1 behind the 14th over. Hippolyte in his second over. This one is played at backward square. They're going to pick up 2 runs here.
Yes, I like what I see between these two players, Regis and George. They're doing nothing rash. Now that's the good thing about it. They're teams, of course, batsmen who feel that the target is not a big one, so they could go about it in a cavalier-like manner. Well, the game we saw yesterday suggests that totals might be slow, might be low, but could turn out to be dramatic. They come back for the second run.
Well, Regis have been prolific at the under 19 level. He scored a lot of runs. He represented the Windwards at the under 19 level. And he's a player that possesses immense talent. And it's, again, is one of the players I think that St. Davis is looking to be in a position to lead the batting. Haven't come on much with the last few games, and he would want to take this opportunity to make sure that, he spends some time in the wicket. They would want to bring it home. It's 70 for 1, 14 overs being bowled. Again, George has now taken the helmet. And these two will want to really bring it home for St. David's. But we know what one wicket can do. So really, it's still a lot in the game. Having seen some very low scores and been very competitive, over the last few matches.
Yes, but they're literally cantering here to the victory target at 70 for 1. They haven't done anything silly, these two. By and large, they have assess the situation very well, understanding that there is no need to be too impulsive or rash.
Cover point on the boundary. Third man also on the boundary. Long off, long on. Backward point cover, extra cover.
Yeah, that was played with soft hands. He had the option to play it more forcibly. Good batting, really good, sensible batting. But played it with soft hand. The ball did not carry to backward point very quickly. And that's why they were able to get the single rather comfortably. Really nice batting here. It's been a very mature approach by these two. And it just tells you, Rafael, that you don't have to be piercing or going over the boundary line with alarming regularity to have a decent score on the board.
Yeah. Do you think a lot speaks about your understanding of the game?
Absolutely. And that's why I think there are a lot of our West Indian players who really don't understand it very well. I remember the late Kenny Upson saying to me one day, well, you know, if you hit a 6 in an over, which does look rather dramatic, but you run 6 singles, they turn out to be the same amount.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I do believe it's a lack of understanding, probably reading the game. You know, I was commenting in terms of the planning of the various teams. You go to bat, you know, you would have a plan in terms of what you're trying to achieve. And sometimes you don't get the impression that there is any plan. In terms of a team probably chasing or batting first, you know, what are some of the objectives you're trying to achieve? Another single to George.
Yeah, he took that one down to long off. Sort of cross-batted shot he hit there.
Every now and then you see that little impatience comes in where after a few dot balls, players feel know that they have to do something extravagant.
It's just a matter of keeping it simple, whether you've got a lot of balls remaining at the end of your victory. That's not what's important. The record there's an appeal for leg before, that's slanting down the leg side. The record would show that you won the game, and by how many runs or wickets, as the case may be. Let's just look at the replay on this. Yeah, it was pitched outside the leg stop in the first instance. So once it's pitched outside the leg stop, certainly won't be out like before.
Yeah, good decision again, good umpiring. Umpires Rupert Hulas and Dicky Chetram, two of the qualified umpires we have here in Grenada.
They've done a good job. They've done a really good job. They've kept their composure even when the players were screaming appeals at them. They remain unnerved and as constant as the Northern Star. They've done a great job out there.
Dennis George is going to going to bowl his 2 overs ago. Dennis George 2 overs. Good move to bring back Dennis George here. It's 73 for 1. We have 15 overs being bowled. So 30 deliveries left. And St. David's need 24. Pretty pack outside field. Cover point cover. A deep gully, a long off. Extra cover on the boundary.
Well, they get 2 more. Closer and closer to that magic figure.
And again, he didn't look to hit the ball very hard. I just push it, you know, past a mid-wicket fielder and was able to come back for 2 easy runs. It's good batting.
Wayward delivery down the left side by George. Was not his best bowling spell today at all. Didn't look as maybe as sharp as he would normally look.
Yeah, he didn't look as sharp. I guess it's one of those days.
Yeah, you don't get it right all the time.
Yeah.
But there's no question about his skill. He's a veteran. Spoke with him briefly yesterday and told me that he's fit as ever.
Yeah, Georgie is just looking to force it a bit. Really, there's no need to. Okay, good bowling by Georgie. They're giving it a bit of air. Just trying to pitch it there. And key on Georgie. Again, looking to play it on the onside. He's in his third over. So far, 1 for 8.
This is an appeal for leg before with that. Let's just see what happened with that previous delivery. Oh, it was a little on the high side.
Yeah.
Would have gone over the top of the leg stump maybe. This time there's an appeal for leg before. Not out, says the umpire. The ball goes down to the fine leg position. They will come back for what will be 2 leg byes. That's right, not confirmed by the umpire. Everybody went up in thunderous appeal. Now let's look at this. What you thought, Refill?
Well, I just missed it. Just missed it.
It was close. It was very marginal. Very marginal.
It was right up for sure. I do it was right up.
Yes.
Just a line. I just missed the line there.
Very marginal.
Loud appeal. Again, George was looking to sweep, but it was a quicker delivery, so he was really beaten.
Just wondering if we could ever see that again. It'll probably just confirm. It was not really sweepable, if you want to put it that way. Should have maybe stood up and just turned it behind square. But he was looking to sweep, and he found himself slightly in no man's land. The ball went down to fine leg. And George was very disappointed that he didn't get the decision. Well,
George
16 overs gone.
George is on 35. He opened the batting. Regis is on 16, 78 for 1. So 24 deliveries. 19 runs required. And Shondell Regis, who is on 16. Denroy Charles pick up the or spin up Denroy Charles as he comes between the umpire and the stumps.
Forcing shot up to extra cover. Maybe tried to hit the ball too hard. Didn't get much power in the end. Again outside the off stump and looking to cut that behind square.
Yeah, looking for power.
Yes, and players also got to understand who they are. If you're a touch player, then play a touch game rather trying to hit the ball too hard. And you definitely could see that Regis is trying to be a little bit uncharacteristic.
And this is where your captain as a senior player should come down and have a word with him, because you see that he's really.
They won't come back for the second. The return comes in flat and fast. Good service down there at the long on position. We're in over number 17. Charles is into his third over. George takes strike. Looking to sweep across the line. Trying to take that from outside the off stump.
It has been a good over by Denoy Charles, 5 deliveries, just a single in the over.
So the over comes to an end. 17 overs gone. I think there are what? How many more runs remaining? Is that 18?
18.
18 remaining. 3 overs. They've got to score at 6 runs per over. Now, this looked like a canter, but let's assume, Raphael, hypothetically, they get, let's say, 5 runs in the next over coming up. Then there'll be a little bit of pressure here.
Yeah, this is an important over bowled by George. This George final over, this really is an important over. And really, it's a runner ball, but you would want to try to get as much as you could get in this particular over. It's 79, so you don't want to have to score more than 10 runs in 2 overs, really. So you would want to see what can happen. Message has gone out, I think, which is the right thing to do, some form of direction. And it would be interesting. 18 deliveries, and they need 18 runs. So again, they don't have to be rash, be thinking, they push it around, and,
Sure, you're hearing the details coming out from the dressing room. 18 of 18. So in other words, the equation is a runner ball.
Yeah, but the good thing is that they only has lost 1 wicket, which means that, wicket fall, you have the players who can hit the ball. They're going to,
Yes, but we've always talked about this game of cricket, unpredictable, and until that last ball is bowled, in many instances, not all, some change of tides can take place. Those of you who are accustomed to the sea, maybe not so much you, Raphael, but I'm sure Justin would be aware of the turn of tides, and it doesn't take too long to turn from, let's say, north tide to south tide.
Yeah, I agree with you. Justin from St. John's, and you talk St. John, you had to talk sea, you had to talk fish.
I just looked back to see whether he would nod in approval, but I didn't get. Yes, he's just nodded.
Well, the captain then, Darren Hippolyte has come back, and he's going to bowl his 3rd over. We have 3 overs to go. So let's see, Hippolyte going to bowl 1. Obviously, Dennis going to bowl 1. Someone else will have to bowl another. Or probably Hippolyte is going to bowl 2. He's going to bowl the 18th over. One would think George might be the 19th, and Hippolyte come back for the 20th. The field, backward point, cover, long off. Cover on the boundary, backward skim with the mid-wicket, and a long on.
And the fielders who are in the middle, they're going to be just on the edge, so to speak, of the circle, except for that, and they're going to be just sneaking in there. Look at how they're moving in now. That's ball. That's a fine shot. Will he be taken? Oh, he's got him. Yes. For a moment, I didn't see that fielder down at the deep mid-wicket area. The sun was in his eyes. It looks to be Henry, is it? Well, we wait and see. But it looked as though it was going to go all the way to the boundary. He took the catch. And so a little bit of an anticlimax. It was a short delivery. Let's look at it now. Rocked onto the back foot. Pulled it in front of square. Was going down to the mid-wicket area. The catch taken just about now, quite simply. Good catch. Good camera work too. And so the 2nd wicket has fallen, 79 for 2.
Yeah, a very important wicket there for St. Patrick's. And Samuel Charles is going to come in. And really, you want to hit that delivery on the ground. I think there was a lot of room that delivery should have been placed, but just hit it down to the mid-wicket fielder on the boundary. So Regis goes for 17. St. David's lost the 2nd wicket, is 79 for 2. So we still have 18 runs from 17 deliveries. A good move by the captain Hippolyte to come back.
Yeah, very much. I did deem it a good shot because he really hit it from the middle of the bat, so to speak. It wasn't mid-skewed, but didn't pick up that fielder down there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. took a good catch. So we got a lone kite, as if pronouncing his blessings on the proceedings here. There's always a kite flying, kites here flying at the National Stadium area. Pushed out on the offside. They will go through for a single. The return comes in. Good work done there at extra cover. So they will try to rotate this. And then when it comes down to maybe the final over, something more aggressive will take place here. But just about to run a ball. Well, the equation is a little bit more than that, so to speak.
It's 17 from 16.
17 from 16. Interesting this. It really should be a walk in the park if we're talking about conventional 2020 cricket. But it's a strange game. Tucks that down to the bowler, did a good job, and then hold the return to the non-strikers in. The batsman had to scamper to his end, but they got it. No harm done. Good work by the bowler. Had to cover about 10 yards to his right. Didn't just knock it down, but grasp it and then hold the return to the non-striker's end. Push back to the bowler. So if they have anything like several dot balls in this over, it's gonna be very, very interesting indeed. Hit down to deep mid-wicket. Are they going to come back for the second? The return comes in. They've got to hurry. The return comes in. Just makes it, Troy George. Just makes it.
Well,
it was quite a bit of a struggle to get back there.
Yeah.
But he made it. So the total has gone now to 83. Keon George was really, really traveling back, laboring back.
Yeah,
but he got there.
Well, Justin did see that, he expected to be very, very competitive, very tight. This one went down.
Tugged down to long on. George seemed to be struggling a little bit, seemed to be limping a bit. That's not good, but he will in fact get the strike. So 18 overs gone, 84 for 2, 84 for 2. And I still think we've got a bit of a match on hand there.
Yeah, it's 13 from 12.
Yeah, I think if yourself, Justin, and I were playing with there's 13, 12 balls, we'll get it.
Yeah, I think it's just about using a cricket sense of push it around and wait, you'll get a bad ball every now and then. But I think this over is a critical over, and they will have to try to take as much as they could get in this particular over. It's only 2 wickets that's down. One would think might be Dennis George. So it still will be a battle. I think St. Davis can afford to take some extra chances. The fact that they only lost 2 wickets.
George has bowled 3 overs, 1 for 8. So fantastic economy rate, 2.67, which is really fine. They've got to get it right here. They've got to get it right, St. Patrick, and decide who is that bowler. To me, this over is even more critical than the final one.
Yeah, you're certainly right. This over is really a critical over.
Well, they're in a bit of a huddle, having a little bit of a team discussion as to what should be done. And it's called inclusiveness. Everybody came together in the huddle, put their heads together, and then they finally decided what would be done. They're going now to their respective positions. 12 legal deliveries to go. How many runs did it?
The score is 84 for 2 at the end of 18 overs. St. Davis need 97 for victory.
So they do need a further what? 13?
Yeah, and it's Denwall Charles. A little surprising. If Denwall Charles are going to bowl this over.
Lot is on his shoulders.
Charles, so far, 3 overs for 14 runs.
Not expensive. And They will, in fact, have a couple of fielders that are close in. So the mid-off, wideish mid-off is close. There is a long off, a sweeper right back on the boundary. There's a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square. Third man is going to be short and fine, I suspect. Mid-wicket is short. So there are 4 men who are saving the single. 3 on the offside.
Good shot.
That's a good shot. That's gone. That's gone for 4. It was short, rocked on the back foot. Was Keon George. And he pulled it over the straight mid-wicket area. Couple of bounces over the boundary line. 4 runs to him. Nice and short. Decided to go through the onside. It was well struck. 4 runs.
Yeah, he picked the gap well, and this is a strong area, that onside there. This was shortish in length, and he went back and pulled it.
Pulls again down to the deep mid-wicket area. They're going to come back for the second no. They decide against it. The return comes in. Good service. Restricting the batsman to 1. 89 now for 2.
It's 9 from 10.
Yeah. There should be something casual about that equation now. Smith is just asking his backward point fielder to come in close to the umpire, just about 8 yards to the left of the umpire. Looking to swing down the leg side. There's an appeal for leg before. There's Charles looking for the big shot. Hit down to mid-wicket. No, they've gone for 1 quickly. Are they going to come back for the second? The return comes in. Got to be quick and sharp. They get there. Well run by Keon George. Saw the opportunity for the second run. The fielder at long on had to make coverage to his right and in a bit. Maybe had to cover another 20 yards. And they came back quite quickly for the second run. Cuts down to short third man. Gets a single. 92 now the total for 2. This is the penultimate over.
That's 5 from 7.
5 from 7. So we're gonna have a final over, no doubt about it. The rain has just started to come, just light. Wouldn't stop play. Ball him! Ball him! Big heave-ho by Keon George. Looks up into the heavens as if to say, dare me. Why should I play such an injudicious shot? No need for it at all. So they've lost another wicket. That's St. David's. Now 93. 92 for 3. And George goes for 44.
Yeah, very interesting. 5 runs in the last over. And look like Jackson that's going over there to join Samuel Charles. St. David's 92 for 3 in 19 overs. Just needing 5 in the last over. I really can't go anywhere. Very interesting.
We never thought, Rayfield, not for one fleeting moment, that it would have come down to this, really. We thought it might have been at least not a walk in the park, but it should have been a pretty easy target for St. David's. Who would have thought that the total would be 92 for 3? Not, albeit not many wickets have fallen, but gosh, you didn't think that the equation will be 5 runs of the last 6 balls.
Yeah, and Dennis George is picking up the attack, and certainly you look at his bowling average. In his 3 overs, he had 8 runs. Very particular, setting his field, and his experience will come into play here.
He would want an off-stump line. Now look at his field. There is a short third man, backward point, sweeper on the boundary, extra cover. Then there's a short mid-off, a long off, and a long on, and a deep mid-wicket. So that has to be It just has to be an off-stump line. Now, in addition to that, I suspect that he's going to be coming over the wicket. Can't really see him coming around the wicket.
Yeah, he is coming around the wicket.
Is he?
Yeah, he's coming around the wicket.
Interesting that. Really is interesting. Let's hope that he gets the kind of control. So he's going to come from round the wicket. Little bit surprised. Balls. Hits that in the air. That's going. Somebody's getting under it. He's going to take the catch. Oh, he's took the catch. He's taken the catch. Great catch. Running back. And this has brought tremendous excitement as the catch has been taken. Oh, Joseph took the catch down at long on. It was soaring. It was high. It was screaming high. And he maintained his poise and composure just about 8 yards inside the boundary. Look at the catch. I've seen many like those drop before. Got right under it. Maybe just a little bit over his head. And he took a good catch in the end. Ran back triumphantly. Greeted by the rest of his teammates for a well-judged catch. And so we've got a match on hand.
Yeah, a very good catch taken by Joseph there. He actually probably misjudged a little bit. So he had to really come back and took it over his head. Well, a really, really good catch.
Wow. Charles is gone. New batsman coming in.
Joseph?
Yeah. Is that Imran?
Imran Joseph.
Yes. Well, well, well. What's the equation now, Refill?
Well, we still need 5 from 5. 5 from 5.
5 from 5. Well, it will tell you that it means that that's a runner ball. Wow. What a match this is. This is exhilarating. But I'm tempted to say it's crazy too. Maybe both of them. Well, here is the veteran, Dennis George. He's going to go left arm round the wicket. They've taken one of the offside fielders and is going to bring him down to the deep mid-wicket boundary straight. The long on is right back. The long off is right back. And they are 3 in the circle. 4 rather. Wrapped up in the pad. There is an appeal for leg before, not given out by the umpire. So 3 balls, 4 runs.
4 balls.
4 balls, 5 runs. Beg your pardon. That's what happens when there's a bit of thrill and excitement around. Here's a delivery that is short, goes out on the offside. The keeper goes after it. They will get a single. So 3 balls remaining, 4 runs to get there. Would there be a bit of a mid-wicket conference between the 2 batters? No. They're not saying anything to each other.
A very tight match. Can't go anywhere. And St. Patrick will feel confident. Dennis George to Imran George.
So, strapped him on the pad. There is a appeal for leg before. The ball goes out on the offside. They scamper for a single. They get it. They're going to run for anything. 94 for 4. 3 runs to win. 2 to tie. 2 deliveries to go. Jackson will be taking strike. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is not for the weak of heart.
Yeah,
not for those who are short of nerves. And Dennis George still trying to be a brave soldier, still trying to marshal his forces, trying to cool things down. He's a veteran, moves in now, bowls to Jackson. Jackson is looking to hit that out on the onside. He's going to be run out. Oh, he's run out. He's gone. Easy run out there for the keeper. Easy run out as Joseph was charging his way down. And mind you, didn't get there. The keeper maintained his poise, maintained his composure, ran him out. What a match we've got here. It's now 94 for 5. Whoa.
Yeah, good
Would
comeback.
you believe
really
this?
good comeback by St. Patrick's.
Now it hit him outside the leg stump. They decided to go for the single. He was going to be out by a long way. And in fact, if the keeper, Dennis Smith, had walked up and decided not to let go the ball from his grasp, I think he still would have been run out. Now who's coming in to bat there? Ooh, what an afternoon this. They've made a meal of it.
Yes, certainly St. David would have really faltered.
So who's your new batsman?
Hassan Jackson.
Hassan Jackson.
No, it's Shakim Edwards.
I'm sorry.
Shakim Edwards.
Shakim Edwards. Wow.
3 from 1.
3 from 1. This is absolutely maniac. Crazy stuff out there. What a game of cricket this is.
Strange game of cricket.
It's absolutely unbelievable. If St. David's loses this game, they've got every reason. All of them should chide themselves. None of them should chide each other. They should just chide themselves. Well, who could have been a better person to bowl this? Is this the final delivery coming up, Raphael? Isn't it?
Final delivery.
They need 3 to win. No, they need 2 to tie it up. Wow. At this point, I would think the fielding team has the advantage. Kian George will probably have something of a mini headache tonight because he would say that shot that he played was absolutely injudicious. Here it is now. Bowls. Hits that down the ground in the air. The catch is going to be taken. No, it hasn't. They're coming back for the second run. The return comes in and it goes to the keeper's end. Oh, it's tied. Oh, absolutely tied. Well.
It's tied.
Yes, they were going. He was going to take the catch. That's that's George. Didn't make it. The return came in, and by that time, the batsmen were in fact coming back for the second run. They got there. The bails were whipped off. The umpire was in a strategic position, positioned himself nicely, just square, to make sure that he was there to get a good decision. I think he's in.
Yeah, he's in.
Oh,
good decision.
Good decision. So, what a climatic situation here at the National Stadium. It's just a pity. The only thing that this game missed here today was a large spectatorship, where there could have been maybe hundreds of people here to look at a dramatic finish. And that's why I love this game of cricket so much. It's called a game of glorious uncertainties. And if you wanted to see that properly and academically defined, then it had to be this game. Look at the catch, almost in the grasp of George. They had a little bit of tumble. Then the return came to the non-striker's end. He was a little bit late in getting that hand down. And the batsman came screaming home, got the second run. The match has been tied.
Yeah, well, what a match. Certainly we had all the excitement here as we see the small scores is really been so competitive and exciting. St. David just failing to get to 97 for victory, and St. Patrick's just failing to cut it down to probably a single.
Well, you know what? Cricket has won. Somebody's going to win outside there shortly. But the umpires, they have gone back out. The stumps which were dislodged and the stumps which were uprooted and the bails dislodged, they're all back in their respective places. The bails are back on the grooves of the stumps. And the umpires are back out there. They're going to have something of a super over, won't they? I don't know whether the organizer had catered for this in the original design. Maybe we didn't think that would come.
Yes, there is.
There is.
We're just trying to sort out in terms of what is going to happen now. We are seeing the executive members, the committee is now meeting there. I think there probably will be a super over.
Wow.
So just meeting to reorganize the team that just completed batting will bat first. So we've seen the president, we've seen the vice president, we've seen the secretary. They all know putting things in order. Obviously, in terms of the order of who bowls and number of personnel will be batting. Certainly, really, really interesting situation. This match ended up in a very exciting tie, and someone is going to break the tie today.
Wow, what a game this is. Not that it was of the high standard per se. That's not what we're talking about, but we're just talking about how cricket and things can twist and turn so very quickly in this wonderful game called cricket.
St. Davis is going to take first strike, and certainly, I mean, when you look at St. Davis opening at 44 for 1, 70 for 1, and just seem to be cruising. But again, it comes where the judgment, where judgment and thinking in terms of the approach, because you push it around. There were some big shots in the probably last 2 overs. And if it was push around, you probably would have been picking up singles here and there. Certainly bring it very, very close. And again, the strategy used probably wasn't the best one. So we are now into the super over. St. Davis, as far as I can remember, I think it's the first time of any game or any sort of game, we have a situation where we have a super over here. So it will be interesting. We have to have a winner. St. Davis.
No wonder, Raphael, that you just got to love. You just got to love the game.
Yeah.
You just got to love it. No, I'm not saying that the performance out there was of the highest standard. Obviously, it wasn't. But just for the love of the game and to see how things can turn around and twist and turn, that to me just makes the game of cricket rather unique.
Yeah.
And you cannot necessarily determine the outcome of a game until it really reaches to the point where there is no doubt about it.
Yeah.
So, lots of discussions around the place as to what would happen.
St. Davis will be disappointed. I thought that the strategy used at 54 for 8, one would have thought even after that you come back with your strike bowlers and maybe try to get rid of the last pair. And I think they lingered quite a bit to the slow bowlers. That pair would have put on 42.
Yes.
To me, I think they would have lost their way there.
Didn't move in for the kill, did they?
Yeah, at 54 for 8, you want to finish it. You want to really clean up. And I was a little disappointed the fact that we didn't see the fast bowlers come back. Jackson bowled pretty quickly. And it all meant that you bowl and you bowl straight. And you keep the pressure on. But I thought that the batsmen were able to score pretty freely with the slow bowlers. Picks up 1s and 2s, and then the amount of wides that they bowled really didn't help their cause. I think they would have, probably St. Patrick's would have scored maybe 20, 25 runs too much. No, they really should have scored. So I think they missed a trick there.
But even in the batting, they started rather sensibly.
Yeah.
They were on track. But I think they became a little bit, they took things for granted. You saw it. At times there were the lack of urgency and picking up 1s and 2s, and the overs were clicking over until finally they realized that it was the last 3 and having to score 18 from the last 3. That's when maybe a bit of panic really popped in.
And really should not have been.
No.
It really should not have been 18 deliveries for 18 runs. Well, we are seeing the umpires just about going out. Justin just reminded me that he said to me that it's going to be a close one. And certainly he was right.
Yes, I hope he doesn't go into gambling, does he? No.
So
yes. I don't think Justin does that. He just has this ability to predict things. Am I right, Justin?
But it will be interesting. St. Davis batting first if they loses 2 wickets within that 6 deliveries. That's it. That's the close of the innings. So again, it will be very exciting what happens. One would think that Dennis George going to be bowling that over, and would want to believe that Keon George will have to be out there, probably with Joseph. That's strange. Yeah. One would hope that you need to use probably, one of your hard hitters certainly, but even one of your better players, because Dennis George bowling that over, it means that you have to be able to play him well. So it really would be a contest, and this match certainly has built a great deal of excitement as we look at the umpires, we look at the match referee. Still on the ground, just trying to sort out things.
Interesting, that really is interesting. But I think, by and large, St. Patrick would feel very good that having posted a relatively small score could come back and thinking that, only 5 weeks. I could understand if you're maybe down Raphael to 87 for 8.
Yeah.
You shouldn't get that. But if you're 70 for 2 and you're chasing 98, you should canter home.
Yeah. Really, it should not rejunct to that, but as we see, the game of cricket really should have been able to get to him pretty easily. But the umpires are now making their way out.
Well,
and one would think that St. Patrick's would really feel more the confident team, I would think. Looking at the bowling attack, having the likes of Dennis George, who in my view I think should be bowling that over. Really he can make it difficult. We look at his figures, and in his 4 overs, really didn't win for much.
Right.
So one would think that he's going to bowl that over.
Your field placing also got to be critical here.
Yeah, really, really important. Now again, you have to be knowledgeable about this super over in terms of what you would want to achieve.
Mm-hmm.
Would you go there and try to swing hard first ball and swing everything in that over? And I don't think that's the way to go. Now you have to think. You have to be sensible. You can push it around, pick up the 1s and the 2s, and you have to know when to hit. Now it's very difficult to play across the line to hit Dennis George. So you have to make some really, really, really good adjustment. Probably your best bet is hit straight, but obviously you need to pick up the line very, very quickly. It will be a challenge.
Well,
and I'm saying so, based on when you look at the St. David's batsmen, how they play the slow bowling, and George in particular, I'm thinking that certainly could be a challenge. One would hope if they get up to probably 10, 12, 15, we can have a good match. But again, what have been happening, it's a big challenge. And if I am to put some money, I don't bet. I certainly would think St. Patrick's would be the more confident team going into that super over.
What kind of score we're thinking about here, Raphael?
I think if they could get 15 runs, I think it's pretty good.
Whoa, okay.
Which is if they could get 15 runs, I think is pretty good. Even going to get as much as 12. Now, when you look at the teams, probably the St. David's batting probably would be stronger, even in terms of the people that can hit the ball. But the bowling of Dennis George is only 1 over.
Right. So who they didn't decide as yet as to who the 2 batters would be. They finally decided who's going to go.
Decided is Regis and Joseph. Well, it's a surprise. Regis and Joseph.
Interesting that. Well. It'll come down to who can hold the nerves the best.
Who can hold the nerves, yeah.
Who can execute in a thrilling, exhilarating, exciting, atmosphere-charged situation best.
Interestingly, Joseph is going to face the first ball.
There's a little discussion there between the umpire and George We'll never know what it is about. But even the umpires have kept their poise very well.
No, the
So-
legs, there's a big gap on the leg side by square leg D, and you don't always have to come from a big hit, push it around and you know.
George swings that. That's going to go into the boundary. 4 runs. First ball. Short. Outside the off stump. Rocked on the back foot. And Joseph smacked that through the extra cover area. And it went careening down to the boundary. There is a long off and a sweeper. Neither of them had the remotest of chance to cut that off.
Yeah, give him a lot of room there by George, and Joseph had a free swing.
Hits that down to the deep mid wicket area. They hustle for 1. They're going to come back for the second. The return comes in to the keeper's end. They get there. There's the appeal, slightly stifled appeal for for run out. And the keeper in Smith just managed to pluck the middle stump out of the ground in a violent manner, but he was uniquely home. So 6 runs already of 2 deliveries. Good work in the outfield. The return was of pinpoint accuracy. He was striding, just managed to get there, and good running in the end. 6 runs of 2. There's a discussion between George and Smith. Also a discussion between the 2 batsmen in Regis and Joseph. Good start here by Joseph. 6 of 2, still 4 legal deliveries to go. George bowls, clubs that down to the long off position. They're coming back for the second one. They've got to hurry. The return comes in. They make it. And even thought about going back for a third. Good aggressive running. They got to give it everything outside there. So Regis has now gone on to 8.
Joseph on 8 from 3.
Sorry, Joseph, 8 from 3. Let's look at that. He had to really sprint. The throw was not the best in the world. Smith had to stretch the left hand out to pull it down, to gather, and then maybe pull it to the stumps. But it was a little on the wide side for him, and the batsman managed to get there.
Well, this is not a small boundary. So anything that goes down to long on, long off, or even mid-wicket on the boundary, cover on the boundary, so long as it's not going straight to the fielder, you really should be looking for at least 2 runs.
Well, 8 of 3. George bowls. Joseph hits that in the air. It's going to be taken. The catch taken. Yes, gone. Down at long off. Well, I think he would want to say that he played his role well. Got 8 of 3 and was looking for the big booming drive. He got it, but he didn't have sufficient pace attached to it. Big wallop. And it was taken down on the boundary there by, was it Benjamin? Yes, Benjamin took the catch. So they've lost a wicket. 4 balls gone. 8 runs on the board. I'm sure that they'll be very happy, at least, that a wicket has fallen. Keon George comes out. He will have to use all his skill and experience to do something rather special. 2 balls. They'll be thinking about getting at least Raphael a boundary, out of these
At least
2.
a boundary. You know, I think at 12 could be a good competitive score. We see George is to the left-handed Regis.
He's sending his fine leg short, looking to make room. Is Regis giving himself too much room? Missed everything. And Smith collecting behind the stumps. 5 gone. I think they'll be happy with this so far. Can Regis hit a boundary? Hey. Whoa. The cover is going to be pushed right back to the sweeper position, preferring to get a single or 2 rather than a boundary. Final delivery. Hit. down to long off. They're going to go back for the second run, no doubt about it. The return comes in. Not the best one in the world. They're going to go back for the third. What's going to happen? Run out. So they get 2. The total turned out to be 10. So what an encounter here that we have. So the 1 over producing 10, and the batsmen, they're going to come back in. Keon George sort of having a little bit of a limp, but the idea was good to come back for that third run, because you can never tell what can happen. And he remained rather composed. Easy is Dennis George, and took the bail off.
Yeah, and that had been the most expensive over bowl by Dennis George. I thought that Joseph did well, hit him for 4 and then pick up another 2. At 10 runs, we still have a match on.
We do have a match on. We have a match on. I love this wonderful game of cricket. It'll be interesting as to who they will send in that St. David's to counterattack, and who gonna be placed out there to get those 11 runs for victory. There must be at least a boundary in that last 6 deliveries.
Yeah, I would think that Olive certainly had to be one of the persons going out, maybe together with Smith. But I think Olive is kind of critical. Who is St. Davis going to use? Are they going to use Jackson? He's quick. Again, St. Davis is going to use pace, fast bowling, which sometimes is easier to score off the fast bowling. It will be interesting.
So the umpires are just out there and supervising, making sure that everything is fine. Soon we will see the St. David's team coming out, picking up their respective positions, and they have made their way, or they're making their way rather, onto the field of play now.
Yeah, one of the things we have seen with the bowling of St. David's, they have been bowling quite a bit of extras, quite a bit of wides. So it will be important. We see the coaches having a discussion with the players. Again, we're just thinking which one of the bowlers are going to be used. We're trying to see if we can get a sense of what happening outside in terms of who is going to bowl. The ball is being tossed. The ball is being tossed, so I look like Jackson.
And Olive. So Olive is going up shore, and Smith. Smith is going out, and Benjamin. So Wavell Benjamin and Dennis Smith. I like the idea that Dennis Smith is going.
Yeah, I think it's a good pair. A good pair that's going out.
I had a little concern, of course, with the runnability of Benjamin. He's been nursing a little bit of an injury.
Yeah.
But then he might say it's just 1 over.
No, it's so important in terms of your field placement. Now, it looks as though it's Jackson that's going to bowl that over. Has a great deal of pace. Now, what is important is the line that he's going to bowl and the length. So we expect to see a long leg on the boundary. We expect to see the third man. Even a backward point. The pace that he's bowling, the tendency is that ball going to come off and probably go finer than squarer. So that had been in mind. I think it will be very difficult to say hit him over mid-off or over mid-on. But his length would be very important. The line would be also important. A full outside the off stump, give the batsman just one opportunity. That slip region, that I would have thought that you want to make sure that you have, somebody fine.
Right.
Somebody fine, and you can still use the third man a little wider. But again, it depends on what strategy they're going to use. if you're going to bring the ball right up outside the off stump, it really doesn't give the batsman much opportunity to play nowhere else except outside the off stump.
Well, here he is, moving into bowl to Smith. Smith gets one down the leg side, wayward wide. You don't want that to happen at all.
Yeah,
and then if he had gotten a little nick onto that refill with the fine leg in the circle, could have been catastrophic.
Yeah, poor field placement. There really have been poor field placement there. There was nobody in long leg, and all he had to do was to touch this. Yeah, the control. It's not a situation where you had to look for pace, but your line and your link had to be accurate. There's a pack offside field and focus on outside the off stump.
Jackson moves in with the number 2 jockeying on his back. He's there now on bowls to Smith. Smith is hitting that down to the sweeper position. They've hustled for one. They're not going to come back for the second. Yes, they're coming back for the second. They've got to hurry. The return is not good. Poor return. So they get 2. Pressure. Soca pressure on the fielder.
It's 3 from 1.
Yes. So when that happens, you know exactly what's going to... It's either the fielder has the composure to remain calm, or you allow the pressure to get to him. Jackson again. Bowls. Looking to turn it out on the onside. They go through for a very quick single. They get it quite comfortably too. The ball cannoned into the rib cage. And they cantered for 1. Well, of course, Benjamin had to stride more because he was going to the danger end. So that's
4 from 2. 7 from 4.
So it's 4 without loss. Here he is now, moving in with his 3rd delivery. In and bowls down the leg side, wayward delivery, good take, and they will go for this. He's run him out. He's run him out. I think. Let's see what the umpire would say. Oh, the umpire did not raise the raise the fatal index finger. We got the replay immediately. Let's look at it. Bad delivery down the leg side. Oh, that was a great take. It really was a great take. Then came the throw and maybe just got there.
I think so.
So it was a wide. It was a wide and they got the single. The umpire said that he was safe. What's the total? It's now gone to 6.
Yeah,
well, it was a wide, so it's still
2 deliveries.
2 deliveries. Let's look at it. I'm just thinking that it may not have put that bat down in time. Here he is now in bowls, looking to turn that. Wouldn't call that a wide because he went inside the line, looking to tickle that down to backward square.
The field placement just need a lot to be desired. No one is going to look to hit him straight down to long on. That backward square area there.
Moves in. Jackson bowls down the track, hits that straight to the fielder, down at long on. They won't come back for the second, would they? No. They get 1. Total has gone to 7.
2 more.
2 more deliveries to go. What's the magic total?
11.
11. Wow. There need to be... This has to be a big ball. This has to be a big hit.
Too much white. Too much white pass. Extras.
That. Wow. So Jackson moves in. He's there. And bowls. It's just aborted the run. Benjamin understands that he has to be composed. He has to be cool as a cucumber. But how cool can you be in the heat of this thrilling, exciting match? Turns once over the top of the mark. The sweeper is being called out from the sweeper position and is put in the conventional cover area. Jackson would move past the umpire now, and he bowls down the leg side. Wayward delivery. They won't go for the single. So is that 1 more ball to go, is it?
4 of 1.
They've got to hit a boundary here. They've got to hit a boundary. Well, well, well.
No, there's no long leg, and that feeling, that leg slip position, I think really and truly, you must have someone right down on the fence. I'll touch on that ball. It's going to go down to the boundary. No, Jackson have been bringing the ball into the bat.
Yes.
And a number of them have been going pretty wide. So you have to guard that long leg position. And here's a feeler there. And a touch is going to bring it to the boundary.
Touch to the left or right. Yes.
Really, it's I think it's a feeling blunder there. But let's see what happens.
Here is Jackson in now and bowls. That goes to the keeper. And so St. David's, they've won this game. What a game it really has turned out to be. They had more than a scare. So what really should have been something of a walk in the park turned out to be an absolute thriller. And they go back, St. Patrick, rather disconsolate after having done, well, really a good job. It was a great fight back, an absolutely great fight back by St. Patrick. But they couldn't really, in the end, get the needed runs. 10 were needed. They got only up to 7. And I'm sure the St. David's team will be absolutely delighted with the outcome of this game. Whatever the game is, whatever the case is, not only did St. David's win, but cricket also won.
Yeah, and St. Patrick's would feel really that they would have let it off. Even though one would have thought that St. David's had the better opportunity at 70 for 1. One would have thought that really should have been a walk in the park. But St. Patrick's came back strongly just to keep it tight. The bowling of Dennis Smith, I thought was tremendous. That really kept things tight. Dennis George kept things really tight. But certainly they should feel, some form of credit. The fact that they have been able to hold them down to 96. You scoring 96 and having a 70 for 2 with pretty much over 6 overs to go, really.
Shouldn't happen.
You really shouldn't give yourself a chance there. I thought it was bad batting by the lower half of the St. David's batting. Keon George out, I thought was crucial when he out. And it come back to the same point that we spoke about. You have to understand the game, and if you understand, you know how to play the game. When there's time to push it around, pick up the singles, and when there's a time to be attacking or to make big hits. But I think the last over that Dennis George bowled, that last delivery, picking up those 2 runs, I think was really important. And we saw St. David's in the super over. I thought Imran Joseph did well, picking up 6 of the first 2 balls. And getting us a total of 10, knowing that, St. David's more have the players that can really hit the ball. I was kind of doubtful with Jackson bowling that over in terms of his direction and his length. And he really started off bowling wide. So I think the wides would have put them under more pressure. 2 wides in the over, 2 extra runs and 2 extra balls.
Yes.
So really that could have made it much more difficult for St. David. But eventually they would have come through. I thought also the field placing was cause for concern. And it just happened that really he was able to bowl over without maybe getting a ball coming off the edge going down the leg side.
So the news is that St. David's, they've come through victorious in this. And just to quickly go through it, Benjamin was run up for 16. Hippolyte, leg before to Pascal, went without scoring.
Yeah, Dennis Smith, he was bowled by Jackson for 6. Denroy Charles, LBW Joseph for 5. John Olive caught Jackson bowl Edwards for 10. Devoni Joseph caught Peters bowl Joseph 0. Marlon Henry not out 40, played a very good inning. St. David's, St. Patrick's 96 for 8. For the bowling for St. David's, Jackson had 1 for 18, 1 for 7 was Neelan Pascal, 2 for 16 was Joseph, 1 for 16 Edwards, and Gerald Noel taking up 2 wickets for 16 runs. St. David's replied. Keon George bowled by Charles for 44. Kimo Peters caught Fraser, bowled George 22. Chanel Ruiz, Samuel Charles caught Joseph, bowled George for 4. Regis caught Charles, bowled Hippolyte for 17. Jackson not out 1. We had Shakimed was not out 2. St. David's 96 for 5 after 20 overs. Alexander 1 for 12. Not for 12 in 4 overs. We had Denver Charles 1 for 22 in 4. 2 for 12 Dennis George in his 4 overs. And Hippolyte had 1 for 17 in 4 overs. Super over. St. David's batting first. Joseph was caught by Benjamin, bowled George for 8. Regis run out for 2. St. David's 10 in their super over. And St. Patrick's requiring 11 for victory. Only got up to 7. Benjamin not out, 0. Smith not out on 4. St. Patrick's is 7 without loss. Having lost by 3 runs. So good victory by St. David's. One would have thought really it should have been made rather easily. He should not have brought us to that, but that's the nature of the game we call cricket of glorious uncertainties.
You're sure right. We will in fact have a bit of post-match ceremony as usual. Kerry Frank is going to be there. He's going to talk with the captains, and I'm sure that Keon George had very much of a scare. So soon, of course, as it's time, we're going to just go down there and hear from the 2 captains.
Yes, it would be interesting to hear what is said by both captains. Keon George played a captain in a very good inning, just probably lost it at the end. So it would be interesting to hear.
Over to Kerry Frank.
We're here at the presentation ceremony for the conclusion of match number 8 in the NLA GPL T20. First of all, we have a couple of Man of the Match awards to present. We have the Man of the Match award for St. David's first game where they won against St. Mark. That award was received by Keon George, won by Keon George, so he will receive his award for that match. And also he's the Man of the Match for this game, so we will have the presentation of the award to Keon George. So first of all, we can have a chat with the captain of St. Patrick's. Darren Hippolyte is certainly a tough loss here at the National Stadium today. The first game going into super over, St. Patrick's finishing on the wrong end of the result.
Yeah, it's a very disappointing finish at the end. You know, I think that we bring back the game to where it was. Like, when I bring it back, I thought we should win it, pull it off at the end.
All right, again, your batting didn't seem to get the total that you'd have wanted in the tournament. Some work to be done in that aspect?
Yeah, of course. You know, the batting has been letting us down for the past couple of years, and I think that's a big improvement we need to make, and we need to work on that more.
All right, at least on the encouraging side, your bowler seems to be unsung. The veteran experiences of John Olive and Dennis George, they seem to have done well. You yourself has bowled well today. How has been the bowling?
Yeah, the bowling has, as I said, the batting always disappointing, but the bowling always on top. So yeah, I think the guys keeping that momentum. We think we should still pull it through and go to the semi-final.
Well, you have 2 games left in the tournament. You've now played 3, lost 2, lost 1-1. You have some players coming into the next round of the tournament. So what are the expectations going forward?
Yeah, you know, we got guys like Devon Smith coming. I think it's a very big boost for us. You know, he got come in and just a lead for my example. And I think there's another win players. Yeah, so that's 2 good players coming in for us. So I hope that will be a big improvement for us. You know.
All right, so Darren, once again, tough loss today and all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks.
All right, so we're now going to have Keon George, the captain of the victorious St. David's team. Keon, the question must be asked, did you want to win the match today?
Of course, we had a plan. We came outside there, we restrict the team on 100 runs. And we came outside there and make it. It was kind of difficult, but we come out victorious in this one.
It's 2 games in a row now for St. David's where they've had these tricky totals. I think it was 97 and today again 97. 97 against St. Max in the first game and St. Patrick's also scoring 96. Seems that the bowling is unsung, but the batting seems to be giving you some hot aches at the moment.
Yeah, as I said before, we have problems getting good start. But today I thought we had a good start, but we didn't rotate the ball in the middle overs and get singles, and I guess that kind of put us back a little bit. But we have a week to go on the drawing board and figure it out and come back again next week.
Well, let's talk about Aston Jackson. Superb super over. What can you say about Jackson?
Well, we've been practicing the whole week, and Jackson was our dead bowler, so we know we was backing him to go outside there and bowl a super over. We know that he would have come out victorious, come out on top.
Oh, so you also have some players coming in. I think Kato should be available. You also would have drafted, yes, Kieran Cotter in the draft, so should be some strengthening for the squad next match.
Yeah, of course. I had a talk with Kato last night too. He's very excited to come back with his boys, and we know once we have Kato, we get Cotter. Sky's the limit. St. David's all the way.
All right, so final question. These games are now being streamed live. You know, as a player, how does it feel to see your craft being exposed to the national audience and even across seas?
It's a good thing that the GCA do. Now we get to see players, and players can be seen all over the world, and you know, the sky's the limit. You never know, you could get called to go somewhere.
So Keon George, 2 victories in 3 matches. Congratulations today and all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much, sir.
So that's all the news from the presentation ceremony. Victory to St. David's. They win in the super over trillion encounter. Back up to the folks in the commentary booth.
Thank you, Kerry. Good job down there, of course, talking with the 2 captains, and both of them expressing their weaknesses and strength, and the fact that a couple of other players are coming in from the Windward Islands Volcanoes will be on showcase coming up. That should bring a greater sense of excitement, shouldn't it, Rico?
Yes, certainly. We expect that the teams, all teams will be strengthened, having the Volcano players. And you know, as was just said there, we expect to have people like Kotoy and Hodge and so forth in the mix. So we expect the tournament would be probably going to step up a notch. With these Volcano players coming back, and you know, as I said, you know, anything can happen with the rest of the game. So really, we're expecting that the games would be really of a higher standard coming up from next weekend.
So it was an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage here of this very thrilling encounter between St. Patrick's and St. David. It was an absolute thriller. It was an absolute pleasure and joy to look when it came down to crunch time, super over, and St. David's coming out on top. On behalf of the entire commentary team here and our technical personalities, it was nice of you joining with us. Until next time, Stephen Sewer.
More jackpot money, more reasons to play this game. More money for way. Super 6 a bigger jackpot game.
Now you love Super 6 even more. With more money.
To the jackpot galore. Play more, win more, have more fun. With more jackpot money.
Super 6 is my number 1.
With the new and improved Super 6 game, the jackpot keep growing and growing.
And growing.
More jackpot money, more reasons to play this game. More money for way. Super 6 a bigger jackpot game. Super 6, bigger jackpots, more chances to win.
Holy Natural Spring Water is a water for every occasion on the field of sports, at your workplace. Just open the bottle and savor the pure, refreshing taste. Holy Natural Spring Water is produced in Mama Can St. Andrews and is available in all sizes nationwide. To order, telephone 444-7654 or 533-7654. Holy Natural Spring Water, Grenada's purest bottled water.